Welcome to the fifth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the beneficial and productive post-mining land use. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Emily Saval and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our first lot of witnesses and thank you for making time to give evidence to the hearing today. Just so you're aware, we have another committee member that is online and there are a couple here in the room at the hearing. If I could ask each of you to start by stating your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. Perhaps we'll start with the order that's listed on the hearing schedule, which is Ms. Wetzel, then Mr. Miles Egan and then Dr. Sampa.
Sure. My name is Ms. Amanda Wetzel. I'm here today in my capacity as the Director of Research Programs for the University of Newcastle's Institute for Regional Futures, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hi, I'm Miles Egan and I'm a research analyst at the University of Newcastle's Institute for Regional Futures, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, my name is Agnes Samper. I'm a senior researcher at the University of Queensland, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you to you all. Would any of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, I'll be doing that, thank you.
Thanks.
So I'd like to thank the committee for inviting us to present the findings of our research looking into the feasibility of developing regionally integrated transitions beyond mining in the Hunter region. This project was sponsored by the CSIRO and delivered jointly by the University of Queensland's Sustainable Minerals Institute and the University of Newcastle's Institute for Regional Futures. And it set out primarily to answer three key questions. Is there appetite within the region to develop a common stakeholder-led vision for post-mining land use and existing mining assets in the Hunter? What would be the process to build such a vision for the future use of mining assets? And what tools are needed to support that vision's development? And what data, information and knowledge exist about pressures on land, water and ecosystems in the context of mining closure plans? And where are the gaps in data and information? Because our research was a scoping study, we didn't attempt to create any new data or information. Rather, what we did was examine what information was already available, how useful it was, and what gaps would need to be addressed to pursue a common vision. I understand the committee has been provided with a copy of the study's final reports, which will also be published on the CSIRO's website if they haven't already been done so. One key conclusion is that our research revealed a tsunami of data across a range of topic areas. Our analysis indicated that the volume of information available was in itself problematic, because the amount of time and effort required to source and understand it all, and because once understood, it is largely not decision ready. In short, the volume of information serves to mask major data gaps when it comes to having the credible, contemporary and consistent environmental, social and economic data needed to inform a post-mining land use vision. Throughout the course of our interviews, it was also evident that many of the informants that we spoke to displayed the characteristics of a champion or talked about others as champions. That is, willing to go above and beyond the remit or influence of their roles to achieve a better outcome. This appears linked to an urgency to leave a positive legacy. It was also not specific to any particular role or demographic, which in our view demonstrates a willingness of people to commit to improvements in practice when it comes to post-mining land use in the Hunter Valley. The study also contains a series of suggestions for ways forward, which we are happy to discuss in today's session. Before we begin, I do just want to clarify that we represent a selection of a project study team so may need to take some questions on notice for other experts to respond to at a later date. Notably, CSIRO's project sponsors, Dr. Jason Kirby and Dr. Prashant Srivastava, send their apologies. We do, however, have representatives from both university research institutes here today. By way of introduction, in addition to my role at the Institute for Regional Futures, I'm also a lifelong resident of the Upper Hunter, where I have both lived and researched and witnessed firsthand the ways in which mining shapes local ways of life and understandings of place and uses of land. Ms. Amanda Wetzel has provided evidence to the committee at a previous hearing, so I won't repeat her background and expertise in detail today. As the Director of Research Programs for the Institute for Regional Futures at the University of Newcastle, she oversaw the Newcastle-based team's efforts and inputs into our research. Amanda's expertise is in strategic land use planning. Dr. Agnes Samper is a senior researcher from the Sustainable Minerals Institute and the Environmental Centres at the University of Queensland. Agnes has been coordinating the project and final report delivery between the University of Newcastle and University of Queensland teams over the past 2 years and has a background in geology.
Thank you. We'll move straight into questions. I might start if my colleagues are right. Yep, beautiful. Thank you all for making time to appear today, and thank you for providing a copy of the research. It was very, very interesting to read, and really heartening that has been undertaken. So I commend you all for your work. In terms of your recommendations, I wanted to start by looking at recommendation 2 in terms of the bridging studies that you've recommended be undertaken. In particular, you talk about the need for a policy analysis study to be conducted in partnership with the New South Wales authorities. What could the role of the state government be in terms of initiating that or partnering in that?
I'm happy to speak to that if the other two don't have anything to say to start with. Look, I think in the previous session when I gave evidence, we talked about the number of agencies that are involved in delivering policy that's relevant to the mine closure space. I think the easy answer to that question is some kind of open forum where all of them are in some way bound to participate in the discussions that examine both the policy that's currently in place to deliver mine closure planning and the relevant aspects of transferring the ownership and the use of that land to something that's of use to the community, but also what the potential is to change those policies and the procedures attached to delivering them. I think there's a clear gap that we've seen in our research between what government is setting out to do and what research tells us necessarily is best practice or emerging practice around the world. So some kind of ongoing dialogue in that space would be fantastic to allow for us to make small adjustments or large adjustments, and then to continually check in and evaluate the usefulness of those changes, and to continue to make adjustments on the fly, if you like, to make sure that we're improving.
In terms of the transition authorities that are being set up at the moment, obviously there's an issues paper that has been released that specifically mentions post-mining land use as within the remit of those authorities. Would that model, do you think, be sufficient? I note your recommendation number 1 is the importance of having researchers involved in those discussions. Would it be a dedicated position on that authority for a researcher or something broader? Is that what you're sort of suggesting?
I mean, that's certainly one model. I don't know if I might look to Agnes if she's aware of any similar sort of research placements or secondments or sort of PhD placements that occur as part of these kinds of arrangements. At the time of our research, there were sort of 2 proposed authorities emerging both at the federal and the state level. So rather than trying to guess what the structure of those might look like, sort of where the wording for that first recommendation came from was that we wanted to be making sure that as a project team we were keeping ourselves informed of I guess progress in both of those spaces, and also as things evolve to make sure that there was a seat at the table for research to be plugged into whatever the authority governance structure looked like, and then the ongoing delivery of the authority's work. Agnes, I don't know if you may say no, but I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any research study going on at the moment, but that's a great idea.
In terms of
I recommend that. Yep, sorry.
Yep, sorry, Agnes. In terms
A
of
couple of researchers. Yeah, sorry.
just noting you're obviously from Queensland, Dr. Samper, there was a question I had around the Queensland reforms, which you mentioned in your scoping study that came into force in 2019. And that is that mine operators are required to produce a progressive rehab closure plan that identifies the final use of all land within the relevant tenures. How is this? I wonder if you could update us on how this is going. Is this something New South Wales should do? And are there any learnings that are sort of emerging from that from Queensland?
Well, being from Queensland and being a geologist and working in environment, yeah, I guess it's a great regulation that's been in place in Queensland, and I recommend New South Wales follows it. It gives a planning, and it gives a vision for the mining companies, but also the communities around the mining lands when they see rehabilitation happening. And there are also constraints that are linked to the soil and the biodiversity restoration.
Ms. Wetzel or Mr. Egan, did you have anything to add to that from the perspective of New South Wales? Or?
I would just say at a community level, we do see when you try to have a conversation about transition, be it in the post-mining land use space or more broadly, it can be very hard to have that conversation without the material evidence of what that is going to look like. So I think the more prescriptive we are being, the better.
Thanks.
And I might just speak back to the additional written evidence I provided after my last evidence hearing, which spoke a little bit to some of the key distinctions between what's currently in place in Queensland and what's currently in place in New South Wales, and in how I understand it. And this is specifically looking at the strategic land use planning aspects. Agnes spoke to the soil and environmental aspects. But certainly in Queensland, there is a requirement for post-closure, mining closure plans to actually take into consideration or have regard to existing regional or local land use planning frameworks. So when they provide their closure plan to the authority for compliance checks, they need to at least have some statement in there saying that they've looked at those plans and that whatever the final land use arrangement looks like is either consistent or not consistent with what those plans suggest. That check isn't to say whether they've got it right or wrong. It's simply a matter of process to make sure that they've at least opened up those plans, had a look, and thought about how they might align with those. So in my view, that's a step that we don't necessarily have here yet in New South Wales. I think that would be an important step to make. And then some of the other key things I think are great coming out of Queensland, which we've talked about before, is that they must publish their mine closure plans, and that there's opportunities that are tried and trusted pathways to allow them to progressively close and rehabilitate and relinquish their sites, which would allow for earlier access to land than what we have in practice in New South Wales at the moment.
Yeah, in terms of the study, you also discuss about the need to provide confidence to entrepreneurs and investors, and the need for an established and defined regulatory pathway for the assessment, risk transfer, and uptake. What is, in all of your humble expert opinions, what is the best way to do this? Is it through a SEP? Is it through what's the best instrument to use to ensure that pathway exists?
It would be difficult to achieve the totality of what you want through a SEP, because that's specific to the environmental and planning legislation. And right now what we're dealing with are processes under two key pieces of legislation, one being the Mining Act and one being the Planning Act. So there would need to be changes or acknowledgements in both of those legislative frameworks that bridge that gap between the two. So there's ways of doing that. For example, through the Planning Act, you could have the mining regulator as a statutory referral authority, acknowledgement of that process and any changes to development approvals, And in the Mining Act, similar to what I sort of described there for mine closure plans in Queensland, you could have references made to, statements in those closure plans must have regard to any plans made under the Environmental Planning Act, whether that's by regional authorities, state authorities, or local authorities. As one suggestion. Unfortunately, there's probably 55 ways to get to the same outcome.
Yeah, look, I suppose the issues paper for the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities does entertain the idea of legislation. So looking at that as a possible opportunity, would that be a possibility and in itself suffice, or would there be a need for other controls and instruments, do you think?
I don't think that the legislative change in itself is going to suffice to providing a clear, tried and trusted pathway. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be individual sites or organizations going through that process, and then a sort of a culture of reflection and learning to pass on that, perhaps we didn't get the right the first time around, but certainly we're committed to doing so. I know the committee has already heard from the proponent for the Black Rock Motor Park Resort, and that you're going to hear later on today from Professor Roberta Ryan, who's also part of our project team for this research. And she's been pivotal to that culture of learning and reflection around the Black Rock Motor Park's experience going through the process. Yeah. And certainly there are a lot of takeaways there that we can learn and improve from that wouldn't require legislative change, but in fact would just require us to have a slightly different approach to how we put that legislation into practice. Right,
okay, thank you. In terms of the current planning system, my understanding is there is a pathway in place already, obviously, for to enable post-mining land use. And if that pathway is in place, why is it, do you think, that so few mining companies take up that opportunity currently?
It's difficult to speak for every mine site, but I think that the issues that's in place right now with the process we currently have is that it's probably the longest pathway to get to the final outcome. And so by the time you get to the end, and I think there's a quote in the report somewhere that talks about this, mine closure plans are compliant with the current legislation. Whether or not those line up with what the contemporary vision for the future of a place looks like is not currently part of the compliance. And so it would be an opt-in process for mine sites to change whatever they had approved at the time they had it approved to align with what the communities want to see today. And the opt-in process is that's where the risk happens. So the opaque nature of what that would look like, what it would mean, does it have a financial or an additional time cost to either the mining company or the potential future investor? Those are the questions that people are currently left wondering about. And I think that's where the bang for the buck comes from in terms of providing a tried and trusted pathway, a commitment to testing it out, and a commitment to minimizing the risk and being the first, second, or third to sort of fumble their way through that process.
Thank you. In terms of the data gaps, Mr. Egan, that you spoke about in your introductory statement, obviously that is highlighted through the report. I wondered if you yourself or any of the others had a view as to who is best placed to try and fill some of those gaps. In particular, you talk about the absence of coherently organised and reliable information to facilitate a social and economic framework for mine closure. Who is best placed to do that work, and do you have a view also of how long it would take?
That is a question, I think, unless Amanda or Agnes would like to jump in. We're probably best taking on notice for one of our colleagues at the University of Queensland to get back to you on, who has specific expertise in that data space.
I would agree with that. There's some fantastic researchers in the Sustainable Minerals Institute team that can speak to both good practice, best practice in the social planning space, as well as the governance space. It would also be a good question for Professor Roberta Ryan, who has extensive experience in that and how it's applied here in the Hunter.
Sure. Thank you. I shall ask her when she's appearing later today. Just while we're on data, and again, this may be a question for others, in terms of the mine closure data, I note you've mentioned there is no single source of authority to identify the current locations of current and historical mines. Who do you think is best placed to do that work here in New South Wales, and how important is that in terms of working out these regional linkages that need to occur?
I'm happy to provide an opinion. I certainly wouldn't say I can provide the defining answer. I guess one of the key issues that we ran up against, both in terms of where the data sits for mine closure planning, but also in terms of where the data sits for economic or social data, is the level of trust that individual stakeholder groups might have and whoever that source might be. So there were conversations that we had around, a lot of this data comes from the mining sector itself, or it comes from the government. And sometimes both of those appear to be opposing sides. So there was some level of independence provided through an organization called the Hunter Research Foundation, which is also now part of the Institute for Regional Futures delivery model, whereby they were providing social and economic data updates on a quarterly basis to all stakeholders involved in this process. However, when it comes to the mine closure plans, because of the government's role in regulating and assuring the compliance of those plans with regulations, I do feel like it's a very easy opportunity for the government to simply provide whatever those closure plans are in their currently approved state as the single source of information for that. The question around that also needs to, though, consider what the accessibility of that data looks like. And Dr. Pascal Bowles, who's not, unfortunately, wasn't able to join us today, he was involved in the painstaking process of trying to collate all of the spatial data. And one of the aspects of his conclusions came to the fact that some of this information either isn't available or isn't available in an information that's readily used. And so right now, for example, mine closure plans are available in a PDF format and not a GIS format, which means that there's that additional layer of time and effort taken to make sure that those are readily accessed and usable by stakeholders in this process.
I would also just add, we touched briefly before upon the importance of giving certainty to investors and entrepreneurs. This is, in my view, a significant part of doing that, because currently in an environment where we've got lots of disparate information that might be out there but isn't readily accessible or usable, that certainty just doesn't exist. And particularly in an environment now where we have both talk about mine closure in the short term, if you take, for an example, Mount Arthur at Muswellbrook, but whilst you've got other mines continuing to get their licences extended, you have this sort of conflicting narrative. So having sort of a clearer picture would definitely go a long way to providing that certainty.
Thanks. That the point is well made. I'm just looking to my colleague to see if she had any questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to continue, but please go.
I've got a couple. Thank you very much. Thanks all of you for your excellent research. I can see the sweat, blood and tears that have gone into it, clearly. And thank you for being here today. I'm just very curious about, I've got a couple of things primarily around the biodiversity and environment and the position we're in, but just based on what we were talking about just then and the findings or the conclusions around the need to update the land use cover data sets and the spatial data and get to that kind of, I hate using this term, but that single source of truth, or those, the single source of the 1,000 layers of truths, I think is what we're talking about. Is there, in your work, have you identified any sort of common theme around the reason we haven't quite got it yet and we don't have that really kind of easily accessible, layered approach through tools where whether it's look at business, future investors looking for confidence, whether it's the conservation sector looking to try and better understand how we're going to make up for the nature deficit that we've generated in the hunter, and so on. Is there anything that you can identify in terms of a lethargy and ineptitude, or is it just a kind of unplanned coincidence that we just don't have what we all see that we really need?
We'll look at the blank stares. I'll kick this one off, I suppose. And again, sort of just stepping back into the sequential roles I've had here in New South Wales. It's not an uncommon situation to be in. What we're talking about right now is, we've been sitting on the cusp of major transitions for a long time. And unfortunately, we've panicked too slowly about it to put the necessary processes and procedures and portals and authorities in place until just now. And I think there hasn't in the past been a specific government direction or a mandate for us to be arming ourselves for this particular point in time. And talked in previous hearings about how the Hunter Regional Plan certainly is one of the first definitive plans that does that here in the Hunter. And so I think, unfortunately, we're just at that point where this is the first time that everyone has been rowing in the same direction, wanting to achieve the thing that appears so obvious to all of us. The second layer of that step, though, or the second step in that, is to agree on what should be the data that's contained and brought together and coordinated, and who has the final say, and whether it's right, wrong, useful or not. And that's where it starts to get really challenging, because there are so many perspectives that would want to have access to the same information, but to understand it or use it in a slightly different way. And that's where, as a project team, and Agnes can perhaps talk to this a little bit as well, we probably discussed 5 or 6 different ways of bringing that information together and how that could be achieved, delivered, disseminated, shared, improved, etc. So the model for that needs to come from what works best for the individual places. And so, an authority model for the Hunter would be structured and composed very differently to an authority model for other places. Previous research, I know that Dr. Boss was involved with, included looking at an area in Queensland, and they had a spatial framework where they brought together the information that they needed to make decisions about what the future land use opportunities and potential were up there. And that was the model that he was trying to replicate here in the Hunter. And it's where he got bogged down in a problem that they didn't have in the Bowen Basin, which was that there was no information available up there. So they were having to sort of create it or source it themselves. Whereas here, the first dive that he took into the spatial information that's available in the Hunter was in a way very overwhelming, because there's so much there, but nobody has decided which layer is the layer that takes priority over other layers. Or some of the information might have been created, but it doesn't extend to the entirety of the Hunter, or it may have been created for a single issue. For example, the critical industry clusters that are attached to the mining set, they set out locations that are potentially useful for those industries, but they were created for the purpose of triggering enhanced assessments in the development approval process, and they certainly don't extend to every single vineyard that exists in the Hunter Valley. So that's where the challenge comes from. So I think the first step we need to do is agree on what the model looks like, and then we all need to take that next step of figuring out what information is best available now, and what information do we need to improve upon to make it decision ready.
Thank you. And I'm just curious about, in terms of the interviews that you undertook and all of the participants, I'm just curious, and I know it's reflected in a little bit in the in what we're discussing now, in the need to develop a harmonised strategy and data set on biodiversity investment across the region. But I'm just curious about, the theme around what some of the witnesses to this inquiry have presented over the time, and that is that, how do we approach the biodiversity debt is how it was explained or described, by some witnesses, and that, the nature deficit position we found ourselves in the Hunter, and all of those really valuable ecosystem services, and, what was the kind of general trends and findings, and how, that you made, and the observations you made that perhaps didn't make it into the final draft of the report.
Sure. Agnes, did you want to speak to that at all?
Not really.
That's fine.
Which was most appropriate.
Sure.
And so I could just talk about the database that have been identified as pretty good and have been recommended to be updated. But in terms of consultation, I think you would have some
Sure.
insight.
No worries. And Miles, please jump in if you've got anything to add from the interviews that you attended. Again, I think the challenge in the Hunter, and when we speak of the nature deficit, is that there's been a progressive movement of mining and agriculture up the Hunter Valley, and so there's places in the Hunter specifically that now are on the brink of localized extinction, or maybe the very last stance. And this is a challenge in any kind of planning situation, not just post-mining land use. When in my role as the manager for regional growth planning at the Department of Planning many years ago, speaking to a representative in the conservation planning side of things, they sort of commonly refer to the Hunter as the red flag capital of Australia, because we have such a scarcity of an ability to find like-for-like offsets for the impacts of our development. And what that means is that when we knock the thing over for the very last time, we can't go out and find exactly the same to protect somewhere else, which means that a lot of these projects will get to the very tail end before they realize that that's a problem. So there certainly is an opportunity for us to come back from that with a deliberate effort to restore and regenerate our natural landscapes. And a great opportunity to do that at scale is on these mine sites, and particularly those that sit next to each other. And I believe in the Upper Hunter, in the synoptic plan, which I've provided a copy of to the committee after the last hearing, they talk to an opportunity to create integration across adjoining mine sites to achieve that at scale. Once mining activities have ceased, there's other opportunities. There's a national initiative called the Eastern Ranges Initiative, I believe is what it's called, looking at that sort of landscape integration. There are various programs run at the state government level in terms of conservation and protection, and there certainly now is the private network trying to raise credits from a conservation planning perspective. So much like the post-mining land use, we need to have tried and tested pathways and a clear vision for what we're trying to achieve, so that we can start to create agreements or partnerships when it comes to development sites looking to have an impact, sourcing other opportunities to protect and offset those impacts. Again, unfortunately, I don't have a single answer to make that work, but I think that certainly biodiversity planning at the scale is something that needs to be considered as part of the post-mining land use and then the transitions authority sort of space.
And I would echo that, rather than looking at this as sort of single sites and single issues to be addressed on each, looking at how do we look at the whole board.
There's an opportunity there in the place strategy approach that's laid out in the Hunter Regional Plan, but I think the only way that opportunity can be seized is if the place strategy is looking at the totality of that regionally significant growth area, rather than individual place strategies being prepared for mine sites as they close.
Just to add one element, as you want to integrate biodiversity corridors, you would have to look at the whole region. So that's one argument, to look at the whole region itself instead of just like mine sites based.
Yeah.
And so just on that, just to finish off, so from the sort of strategic, through the regulatory or the design and then enforcement and how you measure the outcomes of that. So when you have, is it that, all of the current post-mining plan holders, for want of a better term, or the consents that provide for post-mining, are you suggesting then that, there needs to be an assessment based on, well, what are all of the current obligations of all of the individual sites? You bring them all together and then you overlay how you get to a kind of avoid extinction or try to recover. Is that kind of the mechanism? And from what you've seen and the interviews you've conducted, is there a willingness, is there a kind of understanding across the landscape of participants that is something that could be achieved?
Sure. I think the challenge is, as a first step, we didn't have mine closure plans to line up next to each other and sort of show us where they may already have environmental corridors in place. Secondly, there are limitations on the extent to which mining operators can sit down and speak to each other about what the other's doing on their sites without being seen to be colluding with one another. And so there are already dialogues and forums where mining operators do come together to talk about issues of common purpose and public value. I don't know exactly what it is that sort of is produced in those forums, unfortunately, but I do know for a fact that several of the mining operators that I've spoken with, both as part of this project and in other areas, have assured me that they talk about how do our environmental corridors link up. Unfortunately, that's an opt-in. I don't know if there's any process for anyone to come across and say, well, that's not compliant, because there is no single source of or plan that they must comply to. So right now it's just us leaning on as champions to make sure that that they're doing the best that they can to make it line up. I don't know if that fully answers your question. There are some assurances there that it is taking place, but there's no there's no guarantee that it's going to look like something that any of us have access to.
And so that sort of confirms that position, that we need to have the design and the understanding about, well, what information goes in, what's the transparency level, and what is the purpose and where are we driving it to, and that kind of comes back to those recommendations.
Correct. But I guess one of the key challenges in the environmental space, this is my layman's term, so Agnes, please correct me if I get this wrong. I think there were at least 4 or 5 different corridor spatial data sets that Pascal identified in the course of his bringing things together. Some of those are climate change corridors, others were based on stitched together desktop studies, some came from state governments and some from other sources. Our landscape in terms of biodiversity is changing, not only through the course of changes as a result of development and land use, but also as a result of climate change. And so one of the challenges, not just in the Hunter, but everywhere, is how do we understand what efforts need to be made to create healthy biodiversity corridors, and to make sure that those are able to sort of shift and adapt and change as our climate does. So bringing in, good or best available climate data in that space is also very important. But there's also a level of acceptance that needs to come with, we might again have to be adaptable in how we plan for those corridors. And that in itself can be problematic, unfortunately, from an investment perspective. Because most investors don't like the large, blurry, fuzzy lines of protect this area. They want to know exactly where their development footprints can be or how they can conduct themselves and the activities that take place on their sites.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just while we're on talking about biodiversity more generally, I wondered if you had a view around the current biodiversity offset requirements. which are implemented as part of conditions of a mine's consent here in New South Wales, whether these create barriers for post-mining land use at the moment.
From what I understand, we didn't look specifically into the current biodiversity offset scheme, certainly not in any detail as part of this project. It would have just been one of those broad areas where we could have looked and said that there's a lot of ambiguity in this space, and it would be something as part of the scoping study that we would recommend looking at in more detail later on.
Thank you. In terms of the planning instruments here in New South Wales, did you come across or did you look at how many SEPs or regional environmental plans there are that actually interact with mining operations in New South Wales? And have you got any comments on those in terms of their impact of post-mining land use?
Again, we didn't do a detailed study into individual SEPs because we took more of a system approach. We were aware that there are multiple SEPs, but that there are also variations across local environmental plans that would also play a role in what post-mining land use looks like. Because we were looking at this more strategically, we tended to focus more on things like the regional Hunter Regional Plan or local councils, local strategic planning statements, or any area plans that they might have. And I guess the purpose, again, of this as a scoping study was for us to go take a quick look at what's there, and at a glance, it appears to be very confused and often overlapping. And therefore, yes, we recommend further attention is sort of paid in that space.
In terms of the overlap, that is something that we've heard about previously in the inquiry, but at sort of a top level in terms of the two different acts that we've got sort of in play here. I'm interested, obviously taking your point about it being a scoping study, were there any particular areas of that overlap that you think the government should focus on in terms of as a first step in trying to address some of these issues that have come out?
Sure. I think one of the key findings from the contextual scan was that regional land use planning and suitability was a largely understudied point, especially here in the Hunter. And again, that's the idea that we're probably only two versions into the current regional planning framework that exists in New South Wales, that there have been sequentially previous plans that have attempted to provide direction in the space that overlaps with mine sites. But we're only at a point in time where we have, for the very first time, a strategic direction that everyone should be looking at what post-mining land use looks like. But we don't yet have a legislative mandate for mine closure plans to have regard for those future focused planning plans. So another sort of word that was used in the recommendation, I believe, is to try and get to a point where this might actually be in the gap analysis, where mine closure plans and local governance or regional governance plans have a clearer integration of foresight for a region, and that's sort of foresight itself is based around scenario planning. So where we can have some kind of forum where we're all able to look at what potential alternative futures are available to us, and which of those are best available or the best next step for our communities to be working towards.
Just briefly sticking to overlap, but stepping back from sort of a regulatory perspective. Whilst our research obviously clearly showed there is an appetite to be doing something in this space, I don't think, well, it's worth noting that there is certainly not a single perspective in the Hunter Valley on what that is, what we should be doing in the post-mine land use space, whether that is looking at new economic uses, whether that is greater biodiversity, or whether it is something else. I think that's worth noting, but there is not yet a single unified perspective on what post-mining land use in the Hunter should be, and what is technically possible, economically viable, etc.
Very good point.
Yeah, that's certainly, as someone who lives in the Hunter, that I certainly echo that point. But also, what witnesses have told us along the course of this inquiry really reflects that point as well, Mr. Egan. In terms of the regional plans that you mentioned, so there's been the we're only sort of 2 versions in. Have you any suggestions with regard to how we can better, enforce is a strong word, but provide more sort of stronger guidance and frameworks around the actual implementation of those plans?
It's a good question. I guess I'm most familiar with the Hunter Regional Plan, so I can't really speak to what other plans in other mining areas in New South Wales set out. The directions in the Hunter point very strongly to the scale of effort and post-mining land use opportunities that are available in the Upper Hunter. It mentions but doesn't necessarily provide as strong a direction for other parts of the Hunter in terms of overcoming the legacy of mining or the other scattered mine sites that do still exist. The regional plan from version 1 to version 2 was very different. In version 1 was very action focused, and there's a whole series of actions and what governments will do, both state government and local governments. Whereas I think the current version of the regional plan only has less than a handful of actions. Yep. And so I think the pendulum may have swung too far in that direction. It doesn't necessarily require an update to the regional plan, but some sort of official government policy about how the government is taking that action forward. What does the place strategy program look like for the Upper Hunter? And in my view, again, and this is just my opinion, I think it would be really good to clarify whether the place strategy is a single place strategy for the entirety of that regional growth area, yep, or whether the government is expecting to produce a series of sequential place strategies as mine sites come up into their closure period. Because the program, each of those programs would look very different and would have vastly different outcomes for the Hunter. There are approaches, there could be an addendum to the plan that provides some of the broad brush preferences or priorities. Things like the environmental corridors, if we can come to some at least high level agreement, could sit across the space there. But that would need to be done in conjunction with current mine site operators to make sure that we're not just painting colors on a plan that will never actually eventuate in real life. So I think that the proof in that strategic direction will be in some kind of visible and ongoing strategic planning action to underpin that and to have stakeholders involved in that process so that they can clearly see how things are evolving.
In terms of the regional environmental plans as they are at the moment, to what extent would you say they impact the rehabilitation strategies for mining sites in specific regions of New South Wales?
Look, I'm not entirely sure how the process works. It would depend on where the mine site's approval sits. So some of these may have been approved by councils, depending on when they were actually initially brought online, and some of them may be approved at the state level. So it's something that I wouldn't be able to give a single answer to. But I guess certainly it would depend on what sits inside of that approval and what authority that approval needs to go back to achieve its compliance.
Thank you. In terms of the planning system that we have here in New South Wales, and you've talked sort of about the multi-layered approach that there is and the need for that strategy to sort of inform post-mining land use. As it is at the moment, does the planning system have the capacity to support multiple different types of land uses at former mine sites?
Gosh, so there's a few aspects of the planning system. I think there have been changes made in recent years to improve how we approach strategic planning. And in that case, we've got the regional plans that are in place statewide must they link to council's individual local strategic planning statements. And again, that brings in another piece of legislation, which is the Local Government Act, sits across a couple of these things too. So the integrated planning framework that councils must abide by in doing their local planning interacts with the Planning Act, and then in the post-mining land use space, that interacts with the Mining Act. Gosh, this is fun.
Yeah.
So I'll answer your question from two different directions. So the strategic planning direction is that there is, in theory, a great line of sight from state level down to local level in trying to set directions for how we strategically use land going forward. One of the problems that we have is that the timing cycles of refreshing these plans don't always line up. And so sometimes you might have an area-specific plan, and this is particularly true in regional areas, including the Upper Hunter, where councils don't always have the budget to refresh these plans regularly, is that an area plan might be 10 years old and the regional plan might be 1 year old. So which one will take precedence, and which one is based on best available information? Because at the regional level, we don't always have or have regard to very site-specific issue. And so a regional plan may inadvertently broad brush an area plan out of place. So that's one problem that we have. It's a problem of how we put our framework into practice. So I'm not saying that's necessarily a problem with the way that the planning system is set up, but it is an issue that can arise as the planning system is put into practice. And then you've got the issue of whether or not our land use zoning plans reflect what we would want to see happening on mine sites in future. And certainly, again, the planning system is set up to allow us to make those changes as we need to, but whether or not we have the resources or the direction and the priorities into our work plans in place to make those changes occur at the time, say, that investors or mining operators want to see it happen, is a completely different story. So we have the ability to change the land use plan on any site, or the land use zone on any site, but whether we have the money and the studies and the timing right, that probably is something that someone might challenge.
Interesting. So if we were to start from scratch in rebuilding, or do we need to rebuild a planning instrument to ensure that this work can be done, or is it your view that we have the structures in place, we just need to better use them?
My view is we have a complex planning system, but we have multiple tools available to us under that system that we can utilize. And I think one of the complexities is which tool do we use, or which combination of tools do we use. So I don't think that there's fundamentally something missing in the planning system per se in terms of the theory of the toolbox that we have available to us. But certainly in terms of the coordination and the transparency and that clear direction forward, I think is something that we would be better focusing our efforts on, to utilizing the system that we have, rather than saying we need to scrap the whole thing and start again.
Mm. Thank you.
If we look at some of the changes that were made in Queensland, a lot of those were very slight adjustments to the actual legislation, but there's a whole series of guidelines, and practice and protocols that are set up there that I think add that nuance to how to best use the system, or how the system will be used in certain circumstances.
Thank you. I'm just looking to my colleague to see whether you've got any further questions before we finish up. I'm happy for you to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, beautiful.
The report's great.
The report is great. Yeah. The report is actually really great.
Really helpful.
It's very, very helpful first step.
Thank you.
I might. Did you have any final thoughts for us? Just based on what we've covered, whether there is any gaps in what we've covered in terms of our questioning, whether there's any particular points that you would like to leave us with, just in the 5 minutes we have left.
I'll let Miles and Agnes go first, feel like.
No, I feel like we've done a very good job covering off on the key points. I would just conclude by summarising, yes, there is appetite in the region. It's just about working through some of the ambiguity and the overlap and sort of the abundance of information that we do have, and understanding what is useful to us and putting that to best use, I guess.
Thanks. Agnes, anything?
I think Miles has summarized everything, and
Just because
I
you
agree with
provoked a final question from me, I'm interested to hear in Queensland, Dr. Samper, in terms of obviously the work that's been done there. Did you have something similar to the transition authorities that was set up, or the future jobs and investment authorities?
I'm not aware of this, so I can take the question on notice and provide further information and detailed information.
Yeah, it'd be interested
There
to
is-
hear how the Queensland reforms were informed and then sort of rolled out, and what we can learn from
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
There is the mining commissioner up there, Agnes. Have you had any overlap with that? With them?
No, not personally. So I'm happy to consult my colleagues at the institute and take the question on notice.
So there's a mining commissioner, so some like a statutory authority, similar to, I suppose, what is envisaged within the future jobs and investment authorities. Will have an advocate, which is a similar sort of statutory role. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there
Queensland?
Was there legislation that informed the creation of that role? Do you know, or I'm sure a quick Google would also answer my question for me.
There is, and I touched on it briefly in the follow up to my last question on notice as well. I gave a little bit of comparison to that there.
Thanks, Amanda. Clearly, I have not read that, but I will undertake to do so now. And I appreciate you providing really fulsome answers to the questions on notice, as well as this really comprehensive report.
Great, and thank you again for making the time. I know it took us a little while to get the full report there. We were just at the tail end of having that approved internally, so we're glad to make the timing work.
We were very excited to receive it. Thank you. Thank you all once again for making time to appear. In terms of the questions that were taken on notice, our committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to answers to those. Thanks again for all the work that you do. Thank you. Welcome to our next witnesses, and thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Could I ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please?
Sure. My name's Dylan Dyer. I work for an organisation, Surfgate, and my title is Indigenous Initiatives Manager. And the oath, I swear on the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Tara Dever. I'm a Wiradjuri woman and the Chief Executive Officer of Minderaba Local Aboriginal Land Council. the oath.
Yeah, go for it.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
No, I'm all right.
I've probably got a couple of words
Please.
because I didn't, I haven't done this anyway. I just wanted to let you know that, as the CEO of Mineral Land Council, I first of all want to acknowledge that we're on Gadigal country and that I am a fifth generation coal mining family. And I have 10 years in mine rehabilitation in the Cessnock coalfields and born in Muswellbrook. So I wanted to just connect myself to this space. And I think that this inquiry has the ability, through robust consultation, investigation, to implement what New South Wales could be the most successful state in working with the past and moving forward into the future really successfully if the outcomes of this are well and truly listened to. So that's where I'd like to start. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, just between the two of us, there are a couple of my colleagues that are also online, so you won't be able to see them on screen. But I'm happy to kick off with questions if that's all right. Sue? Yeah, beautiful. Thank you very much for coming and joining us here today at this hearing. I wanted to start just off the back of our previous witnesses who were part of a research study commissioned by the CSIRO that looked at post-mining land use in the Hunter and some of the challenges. One of the key challenges that they identified was the lack of First Nations data and integration within the post-mining landscape. In terms of how we address that, I wanted to ask what your thoughts are as a state government. What is our role? What recommendations would you have to make to us to help to address that as this first gap that they've identified?
Okay. I'm not surprised there's a gap in First Nations consultation in this space. That has been the process from the beginning. So I think that one of the areas that needs to be looked at is the fact that we were not consulted with in the beginning. We are only now consulted with when there is legislative requirements, maybe tick a box on a mine plan or some cultural and heritage work to be done. That is when we're spoken to. Most companies will tell you, yes, they have robust relationships with Aboriginal groups and they'll name the specific groups. What you need to have is robust relationships with everyone, with the traditional owner groups, because their connection to country spiritually since time began is important, and it's incredibly important in mine rehabilitation. Because those stories from that cultural landscape are not gone. They are still there and they need to be able to tell you how to implement care for that country moving forward. But there are more Aboriginal people due to legislation in this country that are not on country, that are moving around, and those people also have voices. So there needs to be holistic, broader consultation and then engagement. Not to just say we spoke and now off we'll go, and we won't engage those people in work and there'll be no procurement or it'll be too hard, but to actually get the voices there and find out what the outcomes that are needed by the communities really are. Not what mining companies or other people, local government, there's lots of groups here in this space, not what they think the outcomes should be, but what Aboriginal people are telling you the outcomes required are. I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, in terms of the evidence base, there was a research paper that's cited in this report by the CSIRO that talks about the fact that most negotiated agreements, so Indigenous land use agreements between traditional owners and mining companies, do not deal with mine closure issues.
No, so with the resource regulator, when they are working through, so I've done this when I worked in the mining industry, I started this process, And for me, as an Aboriginal person, that was a real shock to work out that what happens with the right to negotiate process for native title is that the native title claimants will put in their bids basically and say, I'm here, I need to be consulted with. And then the company chooses. It's a popularity contest. The company chooses who they wish to work with. And that's it. That's who they choose to work with. So those other people that have come to the table are never consulted with in that space again. They're consulted with in different ways in relation to culture and heritage, but they are not consulted with in relation to any of that. And when it comes to mine closure, that will be done totally as part of the planning process with consultants and the company.
In terms of the work that you've been involved with, Ms. Deva, are there any examples that you can provide to us of successful stories and what has made that so, but also suggestions for us as government in terms of how we need to strengthen
Successful consultation.
Well, successful. Let's use the term loosely. There's probably a broad spectrum of what's occurred. Tell us the good and the bad.
As the CEO of Minderibba, I can say that we've had different agreements with mining companies over time that have not been successful. We've had agreements where we have had land that has become part of a mining lease that then was left unremediated when the Act changed and the mining company closed down. So we have that land sitting there, historic mining land that is sitting derelict in the Cessnock LGA. We've had other agreements where there has been trickery, where we may have had to bring in a registered training provider, but we had to set that up ourselves. So, if you're talking 20 years ago and an agreement that may still be there, that trickery has then left the community without jobs and without any option because of that trickery. That would be in the Maitland LGA. That we have had another, probably the only successful one has been with a third mining company, that we did have some jobs that came out of that. However, I cannot say of my knowledge of the valley, apart from mining itself, patting itself on the back, saying, haven't we done well? There is no measure by Aboriginal people against the company to say this was good or this was bad. This is a group of people that work in a certain area, a particular area, that then say, you've done great, but the Aboriginal communities are not the ones measuring that. They are measured only by their peers and only by their industry, and I think that is a problem.
Yeah, wow. Did you want to?
I'd like
please
to jump in
pick
if
up.
I can. Just in terms of that, thank you very much for being here and the evidence so far. In terms of that, that conflict with the mining company decides who, along the way, the mining company decides which registered Aboriginal party that they're going to deal with. Is there another way that First Nations communities, organisations, corporations, landholders, cultural authority holders, is there a way that those voices would be able to determine who the mining company should be dealing with? And have you ever seen that and how that plays out?
I've not seen that in the valley, to be honest. It's not actually part of the regs, so it wouldn't be something that is allowed to happen. Do Aboriginal people know who the right people to talk to are? Absolutely, yeah. We know who the right people are to talk to.
So is your evidence that the system at the moment actually prohibits really that from happening because the regs actually provide the mining company with that kind of power, whether it's expressed or whether it's just the practice? That's the way how it plays out.
Yeah, and look, I think what happens is there's that process, and then it is very easy to simply work with that group alone. that becomes much easier, and that's what most people are looking for. And that becomes easier, so you just keep plugging whatever that is. You don't get anything new or any more people engaged, because this is easy and we'll only talk to the people we have to. The registered RAPs at the beginning for culture and heritage, and then whoever the traditional owner group is, which is harsh, because there are, I'm working on Wanneroo country. There are Wanneroo people who have connections since the beginning of time that are not in this space of mining. They're simply not given the opportunity to give their voice, because they're not going down that road where they're submitting to being a determined native title claimant. They're not doing that, but they're still knowledge holders. So there's some that are and some that aren't, and I think that's where the legislation misses the point.
And is there any role? Have you seen any role on part of the regulator or consent determining authorities that assist, or do they enable and facilitate this kind of division that happens?
From my experience only in moving into the native title space, and I am not a native title claimant, and I work for a land council, so the Land Rights Act is very different. What I have seen is it's very superficially, no, this is it. You do this, you pick, you move forward.
So in terms of getting better outcomes for post-mining land use and the best opportunities for First Nations communities, we would need to be going down a very different system and a very different pathway and structure, and a much more inclusive, and obviously, I think from what I'm hearing, a process that's based on self-determination, where First Nations people say, hey, we want to be dealt with in this way, on these terms, with these conditions, and then we'll be able to work on better outcomes. Is
Absolutely.
that what I'm hearing?
And I've put a lot of thought into this, over the last few days, and the only time I have seen valid, robust outcomes in any space is to have that not led by government, to have that not led by local government, not led by state government, not led by the companies. My suggestion would be that you need to look at a commissioner. There needs to be a commission. It needs to be regulated and put there so they can't be removed, but to have an independent commissioner to do robust consultation, not just with Aboriginal people, but whole communities broadly, with the companies, with everybody, and then go, how does this look? Whether that's university campuses or whatever the industry post-mining looks like, I think you need that independence, because the way the system is currently, there is no independence in it. There is people with money. There are voices that are strong and highly educated, and they will be the only voices that you will hear in the space, because it either costs too much to try to get to that point where you have the words to come up against those other people. So I really think independence in driving what these communities look like in the Hunter Valley post-mining has to be in place. And that may be on an LGA scale, where the commissioners then are working on individual LGAs and how they link, but I believe it needs to be independent and solid to bring us into the future. That's the only way we'll get Aboriginal voices and good outcomes, is to have independence.
And so do you think, so there's the mining companies that have been...
And I'm not anti-mining.
No.
I'm
sure,
just,
Sure, I probably am. No, I'm really not. Sorry. So if there is... so there's the mining companies that have been and that have exploited, taken, and they're the ones winding up. So with the new participants that are looking to potentially take advantage of some of these sites and look at the post-mining land use, are you thinking that in that context, again, this is a different system, this kind of system that you're talking about now, that would be required for any new proponents?
I think the people that are in the game now, there is people extending their mining operations now. They've said we've got this much material, they're extending their mining operations. I think everyone falls under this. So like I said, I worked for 10 years in the Cessnock LGA in the rehabilitation of derelict mining. So one of the outcomes here is even looking at, other opportunities with historic mine sites. That has another whole issue, because what normally happens, and it has happened in my experience, is people with less money go into the base space thinking they'll make money, but the cost is the same as what it is for the big boys further up the valley that have, 1,600 hectares of whatever. The costs shouldn't be there. If you're looking at rehabilitating historic mine sites, or there is little bits of material there to get out, which might be a seam under an old tailings dam, that's real. People are chasing those bits of coal. There needs to be SEPs that support those people to do that, so that work can be done and proper rehabilitation happens. But also, there needs to be this space for everyone. So if you have got grass and trees to get it back to what it was before you mined, and your operation has gone for 100 years, guess what? That land had already had it. So getting it back to had it isn't valuable to the community. You need to get it back to what it was prior to farming. The agricultural industry did destroy lots of land pre-mining. It needs to be either back to those biodiverse spaces, or it needs to be definite industry that will fill these regional towns. Whether that's university campuses, government offices, whatever that is that moves to towns to then bring families and new ways, that needs to be there. But there's an imbalance in how the industry operates currently.
And when you, I'm really curious about when you refer to there's Aboriginal land that has mining legacy issues on it. Is that what you were suggesting in the Cessnock area, that there is actually...
There's land all over Cessnock that has legacy issues.
No, I realise that, but is it land that has been granted under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, and that those lands are held with... And have you got an audit? Do we know how much of that...
There is land that is being looked at to be rehabilitated now by the resource regulator. And adjacent to that is quite sustainable legacy issues. So that site is now being looked at to be rehabilitated. When there is serious rehabilitation issues, the Crown, the land will not be handed over.
Yeah.
But in that, there are issues also. When there's no mining lease and that land is sitting there with the Crown and there's no EPL licence, whatever runs into the waterways is not reportable. Nobody cares. There's a gap in that as well that, I'm not here to talk about all the gaps, but...
I think it's very important.
It's really valuable. It's really helpful. So at the moment, there's something, what we should have a kind of audit or an understanding of is how many areas of Crown land which are either have been granted under the Aboriginal land, so Aboriginal lands that have been granted, but lands that are still sitting under assessment that have mine legacy issues, because that's a fundamental kind of injustice if their land's sitting there unable to be properly granted, handed back in accordance with the law. And the problem is in
the standard of rehabilitation.
Yeah.
So when that land may have had a company in there that rehabilitated to grass and trees.
Yeah.
Depending on what legacy issue is there, the grass may grow, and the trees may grow, and it'll be ticked off, but then it will all die and it will fall over, and you will get those issues. So, look, the Cessnock LGA has, there are numerous areas. Everywhere, in some way, is affected. There's been positives as well. The soft footprint of historical mining in the Cessnock LGA meant that there were grandmother trees left, that regrowth has occurred in areas where pit props were taken, and we have incredible biodiversity now in that LGA. But I think in relation to all of this, protecting that biodiversity and cultural sites, because that soft footprint was on the top, under the ground was where the mining occurred, the problem now is going to be how do we protect that and work with that, because we have people popping up all over the place going, well, you know what, we could turn this into a race car track, or we could turn this into, and actually that industry doesn't work when it's next door to critically biodiverse areas, which is there because of the mining industry. You know, in reality, otherwise cessnock would have all been farmed, would have been farmed poorly. If it wasn't for the mining industry, it would have been farmed poorly, and that's all it would be now, is paddocks that were poor. So because it was chopped down and used as pit props, we now have what we have in that cessnock LGA. But we have got these issues that are there, and unless you went in and tested the soils and did that in every spot, there'll be places you won't know needs remediation, and there's other places that are very obvious, like the Neath pit top and tailings dams. You know, there's those areas. But I think in the space you're doing and trying to deliver someone to manage these outcomes, you need to look at the upper Hunter as part of that, but you need to look at the areas of Cessnock and Walls End where some of that has happened and work out. That person needs to drive what industry is sustainable and how much of one industry you can have in a space. Or someone will think up something good, and everyone will want to do something good, and everyone will want to leave their infrastructure behind. And not all infrastructure is valuable. Some is useful, it's not all valuable.
You mentioned the Wonnarua. I know I've seen quite a bit of material and spoken with members of the Plains clan of the Wonnarua, and the continuing struggles and fights around, as you mentioned, the continuing of mining and those extensions over some of those areas that are of, you know, real cultural heritage significance, including, you know, that combination of the frontier battles and wars and the European heritage as well as the First Nations heritage. Is that something, you know, with the continuation of mining, are you seeing that there is a strong enough consideration of how to move forward protecting cultural heritage, or will this become more, how do we do it?
I don't believe the legislation in New South Wales is robust enough to protect culture and heritage. So I can't speak for the Wonnarua. Yeah. I work on Wonnarua country every day. I was born on Wonnarua country. I have every respect for Wonnarua country and Wonnarua people. However, I can't speak for them. You need Wonnarua people to speak for them and their country. But I do feel that the legislation is the hardest thing to work with in this state, and whether that is with mining companies who really have their hand forced to do the basics. With civil construction, it is all really difficult with the current legislation, and we've been working really hard in this state to have the legislation improve for culture and heritage for a very long time.
So it's hard, I suppose, to contemplate as we're contemplating post-mining land use, we've also got to consider how
the cultural landscape and those stories coming into that space, because they're not gone.
Yeah.
Even if someone did put a big hole in the middle of it, they're not gone.
So recognising the view of the failing of the current system for allowing mining, we've got to consider that failing system in a post-mining land use system as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
More, but
it's very useful. In terms of the New South Wales legislation not being robust enough, you mentioned the discussions have been had around cultural heritage for some time. I wonder if you've got any suggestions that are specific to post-mining land use around that framework, whether it's the EPA Act, whether it's SEPS. How do we make sure that that is first and foremost in what we're doing here and integrate it properly?
Tricky. I'm wondering if this is a question I should come back with.
Oh, feel free to. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to go. That's a really big question. So I think that would be one I would really like to come back with something robust.
Sure. No, thank you.
Yeah.
In terms of the guide framework that you've laid out for us here in your submission. I wanted to ask you a bit. You've got the stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. At stage 1, you've got identifying community, which we've spoken about a bit about already today. In terms of identifying the right community stakeholders, you mentioned the role of the independent commissioner or an independent commissioner. Would you see that as being something that the transition authority or we're setting up these transition or future jobs and investment authorities, and there will be an advocate that sort of sits at the top of that? It's a statutory role. Is that something you envisage, or is it that we should have a separate sort of independent commissioner, not just for post-mining land use, but for everything that we're doing in New South Wales?
My personal opinion, and Dylan may have something separate, is I think you need that independent commissioner. I think from my experience the last 10 years in my role, those other spaces get corrupted by the many personalities and the many things that go into them, and we end up quite voiceless in spaces. So yeah, I feel that the only time I have found there to be robust, broad consultation and engagement and moving forward with good outcomes has been under independent commissioners, whether that's been an independent commissioner for the Crown Land, whether that's been, the Sydney cities, those commissioners. It just, commissioners seem to get jobs done.
Thank you.
My focus, so I work for a charity, majority Indigenous owned. In fact, one of the board members' signature is on, I'm going to say, 90+% of the land usage agreements in the Hunter Valley. My focus with that is trying to build the capacity of community. So I've spent 15+ years trying to find ways to facilitate small business, particularly Aboriginal small business, into the mining industry and the civil and construction industry. I think if you look at the last 30+ years of mining, you could count the amount of sustainable Aboriginal businesses on one hand that the industry is working with. And today, I'm being generous in saying that. So if we are going to think that the future is anything different to the past, then I think we're kidding ourselves. For 30 years, that there isn't that sustainability. The way the industry has worked is every once a year somebody thinks we should engage with a local Aboriginal business. We find some low skill work, fencing, maybe picking up steel in a back paddock. None of it's critical work. That business is engaged. The contract runs for 3 or 4 months. The business employs more people than it should, but the opportunity's there, so people are excited. The same as any small business engaging with a large corporate, there's issues, just in communication. Small business is very hands-on, very touchy. A corporate and procurement is built on efficiency. It doesn't want someone calling them every day. Small business is very keen to do right, so wants to do that. That in turn creates problems internally. And subsequently we come to the end of the job, whatever it is, and the business is told, thanks very much, we'll call you when there's something else. That's it. Then there's a 12-month gap and someone else has an idea. We should engage in small local Aboriginal business, and this process is repeated. It's been repeated since I've been engaged in this space, and subsequently the sustainability and the capability that should be built is not being built. That's the extent of engagement, and the problem that I see is, you know, as we're moving in this new frontier of renewable energies and rehab, we don't have the businesses and the people with the skills that are needed to take active roles for the opportunities in the future. So over the last 4 years, I've been engaging with the mining industry to say, let's do something. With New South Wales Minerals Council, let's do something. Let's build rehabilitation. Let's build, you know, carbon farms. Let's actually move towards building the skills that we need to fill that gap. The current feedback I get is not now, Dylan. Not now. We've got the whole community to consider, not just the Aboriginal community. That is the feed. I've engaged with every mine through the Hunter. We are not going to build the skills that we need for people to take critical roles or build critical business in the Hunter. So I don't want to see what's happened in the last 20, 30 years just be repeated and a community get excluded from, I guess, this transition. So subsequently, I went to large global rehab companies who potentially are going to get the work, thinking, okay, if I can't get an audience here, I'll go to the people who are going to do the work. I'm getting the same feedback. And as a charity, I don't want anything. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, I want to be paid for this work. I'm saying we need to do something different.
So do you think, on that, if I could ask, do you think, so is part of your suggestion then that, you know, there needs to be a kind of mandatory obligation through the framework placed on, you know, a requirement that we've got to do this and we've got to do it right. And I think, Ms. Deborah, that's perhaps where an independent commissioner comes into it. I mean, I think one of the things I'm reflecting on is we seem to have provided a regulatory framework that is very good on proponents telling them exactly what they want to do if they're going to destroy cultural heritage and they're going to engage with Aboriginal parties to destroy cultural heritage. It's almost like, well, why can't we do this? Why can't we provide these clear requirements with measurable outcomes for genuine participation, employment, economic opportunities for First Nations communities? I mean, or do you think we'll just get to a point where it's happening and we can make it happen? It doesn't sound like it from your experience.
Procurement is procurement's built on efficiency and engagement isn't easy. A lot of corporates are looking for ways around the system. So APAC, IPP, it's easy to circumvent, and there is no penalties for misrepresenting an engagement with the local community.
So that's what I mean. So you suggesting that there needs to be a system that has, these are kind of the entry rules, and if you don't comply, there's penalties around that. If you don't
penalties or profit, dare I say. So I was talking to a Native American company where their corporates get paid 5% for actually achieving their targets. The penalty has to come with someone who's regulating it. So we could have a big stick, but who's going to wield the stick and what is the penalties? And I feel like a corporate needs to feel those penalties because at the moment it's circumventing the system. So I read stats that says 12 Aboriginal businesses employed, 8% Aboriginal employment. I should know somebody. I don't know a single business in those stats. I don't know a single employee in those stats. I think that's just the state of the market, which is really, really difficult because we're not going to build the capacity that's required to get to that point where an Aboriginal business has 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 employees. That can make a significant difference in the community. And I think we just need to look at the past. We haven't done it today. What makes us think we're going to do it in the future?
I wanted to ask you now, I suppose, a follow-up question on this report, which, your beautiful sort of segue after this. There is a final recommendation in this report that the CSIRO have commissioned, and I would recommend it to you, the feasibility of developing regional integrated transitions beyond mining in the Hunter region. The final recommendation to the CSIRO, relate to the importance of empowering First Nations in decision around post-mining transitions. Goes on to say this would require specific skills and capabilities and First Nations research partners, all of which the CSIRO can access. I'm interested in particular from you, Ms. Dever, in what comments you would make on that, with particular around the specific skills and capabilities and any gaps that might be there.
I think, and I haven't read the report and I would like to, there is just in that saying the provision, we could provide that. You know, there should be Indigenous people, we can provide that. The first thing that says to me is, and where are you providing them from? What country are they coming from to work on this country? Who are they? You know, where the capability is not sitting where the mining companies are operating. It's sitting somewhere else, and those people are coming onto someone else's country, possibly, if that's not where they're from. What we want to do is improve the outcomes of Aboriginal people where these companies are operating. Where Aboriginal people are living side by side with this industry. And then as the industry closes, those people are skilled up or educated up or whatever that is to then take on roles that can be looked at with new industry that comes into the space. You know, not everyone in every community works in mining, nor wants to, but you know, it's a big thing to say we can bring the people in. You know, I would say, where are the people from country to work on country, just to start with. But I would like to look at the report and comment. So,
in terms of the regional plans that currently exist, you know, we've got the Hunter Regional Plan, obviously, which is the second version. How well do you think that integrates, or does it even integrate with the local communities, just given what you've just said about the importance of making sure, you know, you're engaging with the right community?
it's probably one I should come back on, but I'm not going to. I think the consultation for the regional plan is there, but it's so high level.
It is, yeah.
That normal everyday folk don't actually get to engage and have their say. And even from the perspective of a land council, we have so many things that come across to be commented on. So Minda River has 6 LGAs. So many things to read, to comment on, that sometimes things escape you because there's not. And often consultation with Aboriginal people happens right at the end when someone goes, oh, we haven't spoken to them. And then by the time the people are knocking on the door to speak with us, there's a timeline that is really tight, and you'll need to talk to us for 15 minutes, look at the document and write a submission. If you can get that done in the next 7 days, that would be great. Well, you know, we're all working and doing things as well. That's actually not, you know, and I think often in these spaces, people think for some reason we're just sitting there sending smoke signals, waiting for people to come and talk to us, and that's not the case. We are busy. We are busy in many facets of many areas.
Have you any suggestion for how that could be improved? As much of the discussion that we've sort of had along the inquiry has talked about the issues that are faced with site-specific mine closure plans and the need for more of a regional approach. But I'm just interested in how we ensure the voice of First Nations people are first and foremost as part of that regional approach, if that makes sense.
Look, I think a regional approach is valuable. I still think the independence in a regional approach is actually critical.
Yeah.
I think there's a rhetoric also that people go, it's hard to work with us. It's actually not. We're people, just like everyone else. You know, some people get along, some people don't. When you invite different people to a room, they don't all like each other and they don't have to give their opinions. So I think it becomes the two. If you leave something so long that you don't have time, then it's very easy to say that was too hard because, you know, we couldn't gather people. I think in a regional capacity, you give nations of people that opportunity to come to a much larger table because their country is a much larger table. If you were, for instance, looking at Wanneroo country, that is a vast area. So that allows those traditional owners and knowledge keepers to come to that larger table. It allows for land councils and others to come to specific areas that I think then it cuts down on. But I think in relation to those companies working themselves, there needs to be that regional look, because if you end up with bit meal approach, we end up with poor outcomes. This has to be a holistic approach so that, yes, someone might say, I don't think this should go back to grass and trees in my rehab plan, and I know I said 40 years ago that's where it was going. But if they're going to leave infrastructure, what's it for and what's the plan and when does that user move in? And that regional look at that and that overseeing person that isn't connected to anyone then can go, well, that won't work for here and this town because we already have this and this. You know, if it's going to be Newcastle-centric doesn't help the regions. You know, if people are sitting in universities and in places in Newcastle, that does not help Muswellbrook. That does not help Gunnedah. That does not help those regional areas where there is other infrastructure issues. So we need to be moving people from those city-centric spaces out.
Just in the time we have left, Ms. Higginson, did you have any
I was just going to
questions?
say, is the, this idea that, it's hard to work with diverse Aboriginal groups and organisations. It's been terribly convenient for...
Very convenient.
In the development consent and that process.
Yes.
It's something that...
it's convenient rot.
Yeah, we've just got to make sure that there's no scope for that kind of
Same with
harmful...
procurement as well. Same with procurement. The same thing. There's none out there, or they didn't have the right capability or something like that. But they all make up your tender. Yeah. So they're all part of a tender approach. But when it comes to engagement, no, I don't know. Like, they were too hard to talk to us. It's gone on long enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I think in any post-mining land use framework, whatever we're doing, we just need to make sure there are clear safeguards to make sure that just cannot happen. It can't be brought into this new regime. And it's, as you say, enough's enough of that, almost setting up to not succeed. We've got to just make sure that in a post-mining land use, beneficial land use, that we just make sure that we're not allowing for that
That it
convenient
is truly
failure.
beneficial to all, in all communities. That it is, yes, because it's a very easy rhetoric to say, I tried.
And then everybody wonders why we're just not doing as well as we can, and we keep talking about how, if we had First Nations knowledge and voices in here, we'd be doing much better. And every time we do, the evidence is really clear. We are doing much better on achieving good outcomes.
The people that engage early and continue to engage get good outcomes. It's that piece of string again to where they sit First Nations consultation in their processes of their timeline how they measure its importance in the beginning, and then where they sit it further down. And that's why we are getting poor outcomes. From an industry that really has 150 years, I don't see positive outcomes probably anywhere except the port. You know, there's positive outcomes for the port.
Yeah.
They sell coal, it goes out, we make money.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. In the minute we have left, did you have any other final thoughts or suggestions while you have us?
You go.
No. That's right.
No, I think I'm done.
No. Okay. I'm done. I think we just got to watch what's happened in the past and make sure we don't repeat
this one.
the future. Because if we don't try anything different to what we've done, we will get exactly the same thing, and that doesn't seem to be acceptable in my books.
No, thank you. Very clear, very clear evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both for making time to be here in person, and we really appreciate it. It's lovely to have you here. In terms of questions that were taken on notice, Ms. Devitt, our committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to answers to those and that sort of process. So thank you both once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. We have one of my colleagues that's online and another one that will be joining us again in the room, and here is another one as we speak also. Could I ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name, position title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please?
Finn Adamson, I'm the development manager from Zen Energy, who's working on the Western Sydney Pumped Hydro project. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yeah, Tony McFadden, the CEO of the Sada Dumbia Group. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Zen Energy and the Sada Dumbia Group are grateful to the Chair, Committee and the Parliamentary staff for the opportunity to appear and present to you about the plans to repurpose the former coal industry land in southwest Sydney. Our proposal is to transform disturbed land at Nadai, previously used as a coal washery, into a large-scale renewable energy project that will make a contribution to New South Wales' clean energy commitments. The project embodies the state's vision for successive land use, transitioning from coal to renewables in a direct partnership between a long-running local coal company and Australia's first electricity retailer to commit to science-based targets to limit climate heating. Our project, if approved, marks the beginning of a new chapter. The future purpose of the site is clear: to move from our coal mining past to our clean energy future. The Nadai area, including Burragrang Valley, has been coal mining country since the early 1900s, with the last operational mine closing in 2001. The washery site serviced local coal mines and product was then exported. Reprocessing of coal reject on the site continued until 2019, and rehabilitation has been occurring since. Our proposal will transform the site into an upper reservoir for a 1 gigawatt pumped hydro scheme connected with underground tunnels to Lake Burragrang. Water New South Wales has granted Zen access to Lake Burragrang and the surrounding area it manages to conduct feasibility studies through their renewable energy storage program. The critical studies, the planning approval process, and important community engagement are underway. The timeline from here indicates construction commencing in 2027 and then operational early next decade. We are pleased to say that early engagement with the Gundagara traditional owners, their representative bodies, and also individuals, with the local and coal communities, as well as with Wallandilly state and local representatives, has been positive. But we are also clear-eyed that there remains a long way to go. We have already committed to a significant community benefit scheme, and that it will be the traditional owners and the local community that decide how we best use these funds. The project will benefit the state's economy by strengthening the electricity system, enabling the timely closure of New South Wales coal-fired power stations, contributing to growth in Western Sydney, and helping reduce consumer energy prices. It will also deliver significant benefits for the local community, including 66 million in community shared benefits, an estimated 1,500 construction jobs, and 80 ongoing operational jobs. Zen and Sada Dumbia Group are committed to the future of this site, hosting a critical pumped hydro scheme because its unique features support this particular technology. A secure and significant water source already exists. An upper reservoir will be contained on already cleared land. It is close to existing transmission lines, and the geology is known and is stable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for appearing today and for your submission. I wanted to start by asking, in the submission, you've noted it's very early days and over the next year, further studies are necessary to establish the feasibility of the project. I wondered if you had any update on any of those studies at all for the committee.
Certainly. We've just completed our mine subsidence study, so assessing the state of the mine workings underneath. We're proposing to put the upper reservoir. It was a 1.5 metre high coal seam that was about 400 metres below. We're proposing to put the upper reservoir, so we've been doing studies to assess and lots of interviews with former mine workers and managers to understand the state of those underground workings and to inform where we would seek to cross those mine workings with our tunnelling machine. And the placement of key infrastructure underground. We've also been preparing all our specialist reports for a scoping report submission as part of our planning submission. So we've now brought together most of our key desktop studies for the scoping report submission we seek to make in the next month, potentially, as well as continuing to test and optimise the scheme layout and size.
Right, and so the upper reservoir, just for my benefit, that's the pit void, or the previous pit void.
It's the former washery. So
washery,
coal was
sorry.
mined at the base of the Burrarang Valley cliffs, conveyed up to the top of the cliffs, which is about a 400 metre change in height, and there was a wash plant there that processed coal, and reject was placed on the up at the cliff tops. And so we're proposing to repurpose those areas that was cleared for the storage of coal reject for an upper reservoir.
Apologies, you did say that. In terms of the subsidence studies that have done, are you looking at using the pit void, or has that been grouted?
So most of the void is second working, so it was collapsed as the mine was extracted, as the coal was extracted. Where we cross we're seeking to find an area that is still open so that we can pre-grout it for when we tunnel through it.
Right.
But it's fully sealed up. There's no access to any of the mining infrastructure underground at the moment, and the rehabilitation that's occurring on site is now just the surface of the washery site itself.
Thank you. In terms of your interaction with the planning system, I'd be interested if you could, because we've talked a lot about that with different witnesses. Has the lease, is there still a current mining lease on the site? Has that been relinquished?
Yeah, currently we're working with the resource regulator. We're working under a Section 240 notice.
Yep.
Previously, there has been a coal mining lease, CCL 740, on the property, and now we're working under a Section 240 notice with the resource regulator. Yearly compliance, and to date we've been fully compliant, and they're very supportive of the process and have been on the journey with us with the idea of repurposing for pumped hydro.
Has there been, in terms of barriers or issues that you've sort of come up against with regards to the planning system in terms of enabling that post-mining land use? I'm just interested if you could identify any of those for us.
We've had very positive discussions with the planning department. We're probably slightly different than some of the other witnesses you've had in that the mining has ceased on our site. It hasn't, so we're not running in parallel to existing mining and a new use. We've, activity ceased. It's in a rehabilitation phase, and we're looking at what's the ultimate best use for this site for New South Wales and all the benefits that other uses can bring. So we've had very positive discussions with the Department of Planning on this particular use, where we acknowledge we're in a very sensitive setting and there's numerous planning challenges that we need to work through. But the engagement with both the Planning Department, New South Wales National Parks, and a myriad of other state agencies that we need to work through has been very positive so far.
And in terms of the conditions of consent for the lease, is there anything with that is particularly contentious or would be difficult to reconcile with your planned future use of the land? So
we had a workshop or meeting with the New South Wales, I can't remember the acronym, it was RASP. RASP, yep. So I can't remember what it stands for, where we spoke through a potential timeline clash where the existing mine closure plan runs until 2027. We were seeking to understand if we could put a moratorium on that as we finalise what the scheme design and layout is, so that we don't rehabilitate a section of the area that we then come in and do something completely different with for the purpose of an upper reservoir. And they've been very helpful in working through with us I think we'd call it a pause on a certain section of the site whilst we determine what the ultimate footprint would be of the upper reservoir. And then our understanding is that through the planning scheme and the EIS that we go through, that will then supersede the mine closure plan, but we're still seeking confirmation from that from both Department of Planning and the Resource Regulator.
Right, okay. So you've taken on the site in terms of the responsibility for the rehabilitation at the same time as, your vision for what's future.
Yeah, Zen and Sada Dumby Group are in this as a joint venture together. So Zen have brought in and are taking on the responsibilities of the site for the rehabilitation obligations.
Thank you. I might see if any of my colleagues...
Just for clarity, this Zen's project is one of the identified pumped hydro projects that the state has kind of green lighted to be looking at? It's one of the...
So we've executed a development agreement with Water New South Wales through their renewable energy storage program.
Yep.
We haven't been called in as a critical state significant infrastructure project, which you may have been referring to.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, so we haven't been called in for that
Okay.
yet. That's something that we're in discussions with the Department of Planning for, to understand if that's a pathway we can use, but it hasn't occurred yet.
Interesting.
So, Ms. Higginson, have you got any?
I have a few more, but you go
Oh,
for it,
sorry.
please. Yeah.
Just in relation to, I guess, other enabling infrastructure that might be required to facilitate your project moving forward, how far along in the pipeline are those matters, and are they potentially going to be risks into the future? For example, obviously with any pumped hydro, you need the ability to connect into the grid. What discussions, what work have you undertaken to connect your project into the grid? Is there a requirement for something like a transmission line to be run? How would you perhaps do that, and do things like Section 10 decisions for other mining projects perhaps put some of those projects at risk, knowing that, you know, ultimately they can be knocked on the head because of, you know, I guess ministerial discretion for no particular fundamental reason?
Certainly. So our project's unique for a pumped hydro, a large renewable infrastructure project, in how close it is to Sydney Load Centre. So 15 kilometres east of our project site is a line that runs from Bannaby up into Sydney West, a 330 kV high transmission tower, and 25 kilometres to the northeast is another 330 line. So we've done studies on connecting to the existing infrastructure without any augmentation projects required.
Yep.
And we're also looking at, if other parallel projects were to occur, what that would mean for our project. So we're charging ahead on a no augmentation required. What does that mean for our project? And that sort of sets our size as a 14 gigawatt hour storage, of which, you know, a gigawatt 14 hours could work, or maybe slightly less as we do more detailed studies.
Yep.
If further augmentation of transmission comes through, that would allow us to potentially go slightly bigger than a gigawatt. And so we're in discussions with Transgrid and AMO to understand what other projects are in the pipeline. There's the Sydney Ring South project, which was in the AMO ISP, which, if you're not energy nerds like me, you might not have read, but it's a big long document the AMO publishes every 2 years, that identified a new substation connecting the two lines I mentioned before to each other, and Transgrid are now running a RIT process to understand if that's the best solution to bring more energy into Sydney from the south of Sydney.
And will that potentially dissect your project, that you might be able to, I guess, be involved in either the part of or attachment to both of those transmission lines?
So through the RIT process, we'll participate as a proponent to advise Transgrid, who run the process, of, you know, what our project is and what it could be with various options that they look at. That's just commencing. We haven't had the opportunity to provide that feedback as a submission to Transgrid. But as I mentioned before, our intent is, you know, we don't want to wait for projects outside of our control. We want to keep pushing ahead because we think this is a required project for the state.
Yep.
And if it comes through, then that might mean we re-look and recheck what we do.
Yep.
It doesn't fundamentally change the impact of our project, because the impact is the size of the water storage, which is 14 gigawatt hours.
Yep.
It's more how big the generators are that then connect from it.
Yeah. And in relation to the other part of that question that I asked, where there's, I guess, potential risk in relation to not the post-mining land use, but any approvals that are required for enabling infrastructure, such as a transmission line connection, even though it might only be 14 or 26 kilometres, I think you said, between the 2 points.
Yep.
We've seen certain mining projects where those similar sized and similar length transmission lines have been rejected. Does that provide you any cause for concern that it may be a similar circumstance, that you've invested all this money to, I guess, look at the generation and renewable energy aspects of the project itself, but the enabling infrastructure might get rejected, similar to the way that it was for, a 13-kilometre transmission line for a mine.
So we would put the enabling infrastructure within our planning submission, so that it's not that there'll be an EIS process run for the project and an EIS process run for enabling infrastructure. It'll be one and the same. Certainly, there's a lot of investment that goes into a complex pumped hydro project that is all at risk. There's many things that could end the project's life before it reaches construction, and transmission connection is one of them. Yep. We are confident, and we are continuing to invest that this is a project that is deliverable and connectable into the grid.
And obviously, you've had conversation with the state government. The state government was, for example, supportive of the McPhillamys mine, where they, I guess, had met all the state approvals. But have you also, in parallel, looked at any issues that may exist from a federal perspective? And have you continued those discussions at a federal level, given that it was ultimately the federal environment minister that kiboshed that excellent project? Do you have concerns that, whilst we're having this inquiry here at a state level, the federal government seems to be more, less supportive of development, and they may be impacting this project?
So we will and are engaging at a federal level on species that are listed under the EPBC, Environmental Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, which we may impact through the operations of the turbines and during construction, particularly freshwater ecology species that we, the Macquarie perch are present in Lake Burragarang.
Yep.
So in parallel to our engagement with the planning department and the scoping report we're preparing for the state planning department, we're doing a similar process with the federal government. And
you haven't come up against any Indigenous issues, or impacts on your project or the enabling transmission lines?
So our project is in a very sensitive setting. Whilst the upper reservoir is contained on a washery site, we do need to connect to Lake Burragarang. So we've tried to take a very early engagement across with the Gundungurra people, who are part of the Illawarra agreement between New South Wales Government and the Gundungurra people. We've had a full-day workshop on site with them and have attended a couple of their follow-up meetings. So they're aware of the project. They're talking to us in depth about what we're proposing to do. And they haven't formed a view that it's a good or a bad thing, but it's something that we're talking, we'll continue to work with them on.
Yep.
And in parallel to that, we're also talking with the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council and the Darawal people.
Yep. And so you've obviously, I guess, you're looking at this from not just one land council perspective. You're looking to, I guess, engage on a multitude, because obviously for example, I keep coming back to McPhillamys, but that's where we've got the greatest concern, that the local land council there seem to be in support of this project, yet it was another Indigenous land group that were, I guess, in opposition and made the approach to the federal government. How do you ensure that you've covered off all bases in relation to all connected land groups, to make sure that everybody's on the same page, so that you don't risk the same situation?
Yep. So under the Act, we need to do a call for registered Aboriginal parties who have declared an interest in our project. The Oven Mountain Pumped Hydro project that did that last year had about 60 Aboriginal groups that declared an interest, and then they worked, I think, with, I can't remember the exact figure, but they worked with a significant number of those groups during the cultural heritage impact assessments and cultural heritage management plan that was ultimately developed. So it's another risk for the project, but also something that we think is crucial for the project to succeed, is to have broad support because of the sensitivities that it has, and it's going to be something that we work through over the next couple of years.
Does it concern you that you can go through all this work to only have the federal government, issue a Section 10 notice in relation to your project and destroy all the years and years and, I'll suggest millions of dollars of work that you've put into ensuring this project that will develop, 14 gigawatt hours of pumped hydro renewable energy power into the grid?
It's a risk, and there's a number of risks that concern me for the project, and we're early days in getting the project through its development phase. It is a risk, and it's something that we will invest into and bring the right people on board to help navigate our way through.
I think that my work's
Thank you.
done this year.
Yeah.
Miss Sue Higginson.
Oh, goodness
It's
gracious.
a shame you weren't here for the previous session.
Yeah, that's right.
I was caught up in the other inquiry.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, and look, I think you've already said this, but I apologise, I was a little bit late. But how much energy is the project intending to generate? It's
14 gigawatt hours,
Yeah.
and at the moment, a gigawatt by 14 hours. So
Yeah.
Snowy 2 is 2.2 gigawatts for 200 odd hours in terms of duration. So we're half the generation capacity, and obviously a shorter duration.
Yeah, and in terms of the overall, in terms of the contribution to the overall ambition, that's a significant contribution, is how I understand it.
Correct. The new 2034 target that Minister Sharp announced last week was 28 gigawatt hours.
Yeah.
So this project alone could be potentially half of that.
Mm-hmm. And so is there a point where, what is the point, if you can answer, at what point does it become a decision that you feel you're on the path of no return, or have you already passed that point, or does it? I know we're talking about risks and unknowns and all of these things, but I mean, from what it for all intents and purposes, it looks like you have taken a very good risk approach to the project, and that you have. But is there a point where you say, okay, that there is a point of no return, or that there is a point here that, is there a gate or a threshold where if you couldn't get through, you'd have to say that's where the gig ends? Or
Yeah, so I might answer that in two parts if I could.
Thank you.
Zen have acquired control of the site, so Zen are in.
Yeah.
We are in, and we are to unwind it now would be very tricky and challenging for us, because we would then have to rehabilitate the site, and with the support of Satire Group would get there, but it's not something that we do every day. So we are very keen to progress this project as fast as we can. However, complex mega projects such as pumped hydro projects need to go through a number of gates to make sure that they still make financial sense and the benefits stack up. So until the tunnels are started, the project may not stack up at given various changes that could occur or other technology that could come along. So we are in, and we see a great future for the project, but until we're on site digging a hole, then we're not 100% in, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, did you want to add something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see.
Early
Please do.
stages, but we work through the feasibility process and add value as we go along that process.
Okay. And just when the chair asked a little bit earlier about, the relationship between the existing obligations on the land and the current intended changes to the land, is the existing obligation of the rehabilitation for that already cleared area where you're planning to put the upper reservoir, I think it is, was that existing obligation to regenerate the land to a standard that was, how do you describe it? Well, I suppose it was all sort of biodiversity enhanced, high conservation value lands. So the intention, where does that point come where, that switches off and this continues, I think, and I think the chair was kind of getting to that.
I think the critical path there is that the resource regulator appears to be very supportive. They've been on the journey with us, and positive communication has added a lot of value. We addressed about 20 members of the RASP for the resource regulator a few weeks ago and briefed them on the project, and we just need to keep them informed with updates as we go along, including the annual report for the annual rehabilitation report, which gives them a full briefing on where we're up to with the site. There is a bond in place with the resource regulator to cover the rehabilitation costs, and that will remain in place until the repurposing of the site is locked in during that feasibility window.
And is there a discussion then about, I'm very curious to understand, so what will the intention be to transfer those rehabilitation obligations somewhere else, or is the idea that they might be, suspended in time until kind of decades and decades further down the path post, pumped hydro, but obviously this is a very, very long-term project, and I'm just wondering if there's things that this inquiry can learn and understand that you've seen that would be more beneficial, that has been beneficial to your planning pathway, that we could learn from, if you're willing to share that in terms of what you're looking at in terms of those current nature positive outcomes.
So I guess back on the rehabilitation, there's a couple of ecological vegetation classes that we have to satisfy under the obligations before it was fully rehabilitated and handed back to the state, which, the site is progressing on some of the areas, and some of the areas are really already done.
Yep.
And then other spots are still to be completed, and some spots on hold as we firm up the design of the upper reservoir. I guess it's hard to forecast what a future land use will be because it's so specific to the area, the economy and the opportunity the land provides. I think you already heard from the Itamutsu Musselbrook pumped hydro project. So just because there's a hole in the ground doesn't necessarily mean it's a good energy project or potential for an energy project. Each site is quite bespoke. And there's already good reuse of some mine areas for other residential industrial uses that has, gone through a process of rehabilitation and repurposing. So I'm not sure if there's specifics for our projects to learn from, given the uniqueness of the site and the availability of water in a high cliff. The idea of having, I mentioned before for the previous witnesses, of a commissioner that looks at a regional economic base for both mining and post-mine landing use seems like a good idea, and would support bringing through longer term planning and enabling that earlier. That seems like a logical choice, but beyond that, I'm not sure if I can add much more than what you've already heard.
So then, just in terms of, assuming that the current rehabilitation obligations are to regenerate back to that high conservation value land, and then assuming you get a green light to not do that and to do, what do you understand would be, or what are you preparing for in terms of your best practice? What are you preparing for in the kind of obligations that would be imposed on you is, I think, what I'm trying to understand.
And a good question. So we've certainly contemplated where we will be, if removing areas of biodiversity, being, how do we offset or recover or improve habitat elsewhere, either on the site or on new sites or through the offset scheme. I'll have to take on notice, and I'll check with our planners what the thinking is if the project was rehabilitated to a particular class of vegetation, but now we're not doing that, we're going to cover it with water. What do we need to consider in the, that's sort of the question, isn't it? And I don't have the answer. I have to take that on notice and come back to the...
Thank you. If you would be able to, I think that would be really helpful for us, particularly as a case study, because I think one of the things that we've heard from witnesses consistently in terms of post-mining, beneficial land use and repurposing, and particularly for projects that will see further development and therefore mean biodiversity, a nature deficit is kind of how we've had it put to us, and it's a really valid thing. And there is this idea, well, actually we can get nature positive returns, but how do we do that? And I think obviously with the Hunter site, we've been looking at a regional scale, but I'm very curious about what proponents are considering in terms of these project-specific and at the project-specific scale. And obviously, especially for a project that could benefit, the whole country, well, the whole globe, obviously, if we're talking about energy generation and not generating more emissions, So I'd be very interested if you're happy to take that on notice.
Yep, happy to take that on notice. With a focus on was it a focus on where the land was being rehabilitated to an EBC? How do we factor that into the offset requirements?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Because I think that's something that we have to grapple with in New South Wales. I mean, I'm sure there's some very clever people sitting around working it out on some, but I think it's entirely open to the proponent's experience right now and that understanding of what do you think is fair and reasonable, and what are the expectations when you are doing these big projects. Thank you.
Thanks. In terms of the biodiversity offset requirements that have been implemented as part of the consent for the previous mine, I just wondered if you had any comments about them and whether they've posed barriers for you in terms of envisaging something post-mining.
Because we're proposing to change from the current mine closure plan to a new purpose, would be seeking to I'm not sure what the right language is, and Tony might correct me, but essentially end the mine closure plan, do the EIS, deliver on the EIS, and have the offset requirements covered through the planning permit through the EIS for the project. And I guess that's the query that Miss Hickinson had before, is how do we account for land that is currently coal reject that would have been grass and trees? How do we cover that? And that's
so you're opening up the entire conditions of consent and creating a new plan. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. That's the part I wasn't quite clear on. Have you become made, or are you aware of any conflicting legislative or policy objectives within our framework here in state and local government and Commonwealth jurisdictions that are an impediment to post-mining land use?
I think the easy answer is complex projects are hard to navigate through any planning scheme in any jurisdiction, and certainly ours has its peculiarities that are going to be a challenge to navigate through. But what we've heard from all the agencies that will require consents or be referred to through the planning permit is positive, and that there's a way forward and through them. I don't have any specifics that would to note now that would support other projects seeking post-mine land use type considerations.
Because I suppose we've heard from a project that, it's not completed, but indeed, I'm talking about Blackrock Motorsport Park. They're they're at a very different stage in their post-mining land use journey, shall we call it, than yourselves, who sort of are more at the beginning. So I'm interested in whether there is anything that you've identified at this point in time that you would suggest the New South Wales government or that this committee make recommendations to the New South Wales government to, to address or streamline or,
I'm not the miner in the room, so this may be a stretch, and Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but being able to segregate down a mining lease so that parts of that mining lease could be repurposed while mining activities continue. If we hypothesised our project, if we still had mining going on within the same mining lease, then being able to split that could be beneficial, and that could be beneficial for potentially other projects that are operating under one large lease. If they could split that and say this is an area that we would like to do another purpose on whilst we continue mining here, that could be a way to support bringing forward, other purposes earlier. Tony, did I misrepresent anything there?
No, that's fair, but I think it needs to be on a case-by-case, site-by-site basis. Every site's different, every site's unique, and the site what we've got really supports the technology what we're proposing.
So I suppose we need a pathway that will support all of these different uses as much as we can, but the ability to cleave off and separate the mining when we're envisaging the future use, and whether that's 3 years, 5 years from the proposed closure, but sort of quarantine that aspect. Is that what you're sort of saying, so that you have that capacity to, without opening up the whole thing again?
That was my suggestion, yes. Yeah. The other thing that could be of interest is, Zen and the Sata Dumbia group have a very happy, commercial working relationship, and it's going really well for us. There might be other sites that are undergoing rehabilitation that can't find the right partner for what comes next. having a process that agrees a timeline for rehabilitation, then a process for who comes in to do the new purpose defined could be beneficial. Certainly Zen have entered this partnership with a fair bit of risk that we have to then do rehabilitation, and we think the opportunity is worth it, and that the relationship with Tony and his company has been fantastic. But there's potentially other uses for other sites that the risk share doesn't work, or they can't find the right party. Having a process that allows those future other users to engage may be helpful.
Yeah. Sorry, did you have a further follow-up question?
No, we did hear this where there's might be a site, but nobody's got, and that fear of who do you get in. I'm just curious with Zen and the kind of history behind it in terms of the Water New South Wales expression of interest process. I recognise that's pretty dated now, but is that the reason why? Did Zen come up with this proposal, idea, and concept in more recent times, or was it?
It was through the Water New South Wales Renewable Energy Storage Program, and there'd been discussions ongoing between Ross Garno, one of our main shareholders, and another researcher about future pumped hydro projects in the state. So the genesis of the project really was the Water New South Wales Renewable Energy Storage Program.
So why then has it not had that infrastructure support, like say, I think Oven Mountain has had, and the state government's picked that up? Is it just a matter of timing, or okay? Yeah,
so we signed agreements with Water New South Wales in December 2023.
Right.
And then the announcements came April 2024.
Yeah.
Oven Mountain's been around for longer than that, as has Lake Lyell, which was also called in as a CSSI project.
Yeah.
So they're ahead of us in their development timeline. We're hoping that our scoping report comes together and we submit it to the planning department, and they see it as it's worth a recommendation to the Minister of Planning for CSSI. If not, then we think we still can move through a SSD pathway, but it'll be trickier and potentially longer. It's the same engagement requirements and same content that we would prepare for either pathway. It's just a potentially streamlined through CSSI.
Thank you. And just I'm not sure if you heard the witnesses before, but that, I know the registered Aboriginal parties process is the way that the regulation requires it, but we've learnt so much that there's so much more that can and should be done to to get better engagement and outcomes and genuine consultation. I kind of understand that maybe you already know that.
Yeah, so we're running, I guess, two work streams in parallel. One is the cultural heritage impacts potential of the project and how we manage those, and the other one is the opportunities both in procurement and community benefits and engagement more genuinely with the local Aboriginal people. So the Gunungara people we think are key to that, as well as the Darwell through the Aboriginal Land Council, but others could come up. And I guess the difference in the energy sector compared to other industries is the participation in government tenders through the long duration storage LTESA, through grant access in the renewable energy zones. There's a strong focus on Aboriginal engagement and procurement. So there's both, we want to do it because it's the values of our company and it's aligned that we work closely with the Aboriginal landowners where our projects sit, but there's also the catch of the government tenders. If you aren't successful in those, then your project may not get up. So there's the other difference for energy sector projects is, success in those programs requires good Aboriginal engagement and procurement strategies.
Thank you.
Just a quick final question from me. In terms of the site that you're on, when was the last coal extracted? Do you know?
Yeah. The coal was in the surrounding areas with a number of coal mines in the local area, and it was transported up the cliff by a conveyor or trucked into the site. So the site is predominantly a washery site and has been washing. Coal mining in the area ceased in 2001. As part of the Sada Dumbia Group since 2008 through to 2019. We've been reprocessing the reject, which was the waste material on site, reducing the carbon from that landfill, and then using the product through washing of that reject again to sell for commercial return, whilst improving the land formation for the future. So that recycling and green program, reducing the carbon on site by dredge and hydro mining operations on the surface, occurred from 2008 to 2019. In 2019, there was no resources left. Therefore, we had done our recycling program on the site, and since 2019, we have continued with the rehabilitation of the site.
Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting to hear the timeline. I think 23 years it's sort of taken to get to this point now that we're envisaging, and thank you. Were there any final questions from my colleagues?
No, I think I hit on the time.
Was there anything finally that you'd like to add to us, or anything that you'd like to leave us with?
Thank you for the opportunity of coming in today.
No, thank you very much. In terms of the questions that were taken on notice, I think there was one or two. Our committee secretary will be in touch with you with regards to the answers to those. And thank you both for making the time to come in. It's been
Thank you very much.
Very interesting, very insightful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, we'll now have a short break. Thank you, and welcome to our next inquiry participant. If I could ask you to start by stating your name, your position title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thanks very much. My name is Roberta Ryan, and I'm a professor at the University of Newcastle. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Just briefly. So thank you very much for the opportunity and the invitation. I was the previous Executive Director of the Institute for Regional Futures at the University of Newcastle. I established the institute there. Have had a hand in a number of the reports that have come before you, so I'm happy to take questions on those, but don't intend to revisit that. I was on the Royalty for Rejuvenation's panel in the Hunter. I co-authored the structural reform paper, the structural reform paper that is before you, the executive summary and a short summary of that, which is the story of the late Macquarie Council structural reform that the CEO spoke with you about in her evidence. I also co-authored the Regional Economic Transitions in New South Wales paper that was presented to you by the chairs of the Royalty for Rejuvenation's panels. I'm also on the Hunter Regional Planning panel and have done a lot of work around the skills transitions and worked with the unions around developing a kind of the transitions in New South Wales skills paper. So also currently working with BlackRock, and Mr Palmer will have spoken to you about the workshops that we're running at the moment, and we're going to be producing 4 or 5 issues paper to summarise the kind of outcomes and lessons of that. Was also an author on the CSIRO report, which you heard from my colleagues this morning, and I watched that, so I'm aware of the material they've put before you. So I just wanted to give you that background to say, happy to draw your attention to any of the issues in any of those reports. I'm also the primary research lead on a piece of work called Regions Matter, which is a national piece of benchmark social research. 2 tranches of that have been done by now. Third is in preparation, but it's really focusing on a regional Australia, what it is about regions, why people want to live and work there, and the key issues. And the first of Regions Matter, so it's a national piece of social research. The first of Regions Matter focused on kind of oversampled regions in transition. That included, of course, the Hunter, but the other 5 key regions in transition in Australia. And the second, so we aim to do that every 2 years, the second, some of which has been written up, focuses on the kind of employment and skills issues associated with change in regional Australia. So that's quite a good social research evidence base for the sort of work you might be considering as well. So that's just by way of my own background. I thought I might make 10 short points, but very happy, of course, to take questions and respond to any questions or issues that you wanted to raise. I guess my first point might be a bit controversial. Of course, the title of this inquiry is the beneficial use of post-mining land, and I think it'd be great to talk about the beneficial use of mining land, and to think about the value of mining land from the exploration phase all the way through to the closure or potential closure phase. And I think reviewing a lot of the submissions and the evidence that's been before the inquiry, I think there's a thread around that mining land is of economic, social, environmental value all the way through that process, and thinking about it at the end means only thinking about it at the end means that we lose a lot of opportunities. So for me, there's a way of thinking about this, which is how can we get beneficial uses from mining land, and how do we think about the regulatory and legal changes required to make that possible right from the exploration phase, because by the time we're trying to deal with it at the closure phase, there's a lot of hurdles to overcome. And of course, the BlackRock story is, kind of a case study of some of those hurdles. Clearly, it requires long-term planning, and this needs to occur at a regional scale. The kind of mine by mine by mine by mine issue Again, that came out in the CSIRO report, but is problematic because we don't get either a kind of regional strategic planning view on this, nor do we get a look at the kind of cumulative opportunities as well as the cumulative impacts that mining land can offer for us. So we need to be thinking about this, and this is my second point, that this really needs to happen at a regional scale. You know, the regulator and a lot of the mining legislation focuses per mine, and that means that, you know, as a community, in the Hunter in particular, but in New South Wales more broadly, we don't get the benefit of looking at the overall picture in the way that land can contribute to the economic, social and environmental outcomes of our community. You'd hardly be surprised to have me argue about the importance of evidence, and I'm happy to talk a bit about what that kind of evidence is as a university professor, but we need, you know, there's a lot of material already available. The CSIRO report makes that clear. My colleagues made that point clear this morning. It's not in one place, it's not accessible. It's quite hard to do the analysis of mine closures. Where are they? There's mine sites we're not even aware of, abandoned mine sites. There's all sorts of stuff that really needs a government agency to be responsible for pulling all that together and making that kind of evidence available, and that evidence should inform strategic land use planning and other things. We can talk more about that. In terms of the, if you like, the legislative or the planning space, you've heard a lot of evidence around the EP&A Act and the sorts of things that might be thought about in terms of perhaps some refocusing of that to assist with the beneficial use of mining land, as well as the Mining Act, and then how are those things brought together. And I guess there's a bunch of issues to think about and talk about with respect to the role of the New South Wales Resources Regulator, and how much of these processes with respect to meeting the obligations under the Mining Act and the EP&A Act and the role of the New South Wales the Resources Regulator happen in silos, and for a proponent or for a council or for a state government who wants to do something with respect to beneficial use of mining land, none of these agencies are joined up or talking to each other, and particularly proponents who want to make an economic use of that land find themselves having to deal with them all separately with different ambitions, not to mention, of course, the owner of the land in terms of the mining company. So that's a governance issue that is quite significant and can be easily fixed, and would really make this whole kind of thing go a whole lot smoother. You've heard from the unions, but others, around the importance and the investments in skills and the transition authority models that we canvassed in that report, which I'm sure you have, talked about the importance of investment in skills and the involvement of the communities who are impacted directly, and that regional models need to be of those regions. And there's that whole balance between us kind of looking for statewide outcomes as well as regionally specific outcomes. The other point, which I think doesn't get quite as much airtime as perhaps some of the others have, is around the importance of community education and community involvement. I think the Regions Matter national survey work is part of having a kind of baseline sentiment piece. But what is important around the kind of community education piece, and one of the reasons that the work that Mr. Palmer's done with the BlackRock, he's very focused on providing those lessons and sharing those lessons, because there's a lot for us all to learn from that as one case study. But communities, when I read the submissions that have come before this inquiry, are either focused on how do we get the best environmental outcomes, how do we hold the mining companies to account for their rehabilitation requirements, or we're in a position where we're talking about how do we kind of mitigate the impacts of mining. And in a way, those are sort of polarising positions, and I think unhelpful to think about how we can get the best out of, the kind of beneficial mining land use outcomes. So that's, and the other thing, which I think is also a point which I think is very important, although I'm not particularly personally well placed to talk to it, and I think it is about the role of the New South Wales Resources Regulator, is the question around the risk profile. On one hand, we've got perhaps rightly, a government position that is incredibly risk averse, where any kind of use of a former mining site requires this extraordinary kind of regulatory response and putting people, proponents and investors through this exceptionally complex regulatory process. And then on the other hand, at the other extreme, there is a significant risk of the state being left with residual mining sites for which there is no one to take responsibility in terms of investing in how do you fix this up. And what we have, and we see it in the Hunter, but we've seen it elsewhere, and it's actually, quite a significant issue internationally. We see the bigger as mining in particular locations, becomes less profitable, or the mining sector changes. We see bigger companies selling down to smaller companies, their capacity to manage their willingness and capacity to manage the risk at the end of the mining process is diminished by that, kind of the way the economics of that work. So that risk question, and again, I think it was referred to by Indomitsu and others in their transcripts, but I think that risk question, we haven't got a way of fixing on this risk profile question. Where is a reasonable place to have this risk so that we don't end up with the state bearing significant costs if a mining company walks away? And I'm not saying any of the current players are planning to do that, but we have mining sites that have closed in New South Wales and we don't know who owns them, or we don't know where they are. So we've got something going on there, through to making the risk management of that site so extreme that actually post-mining economic use of that site is almost impossible to navigate without huge investment. So I think that risk point, as I said, I'm probably not the best to talk to that, but it comes up as a thread through all of the kinds of conversations. So that was, I don't know how short that was exactly, but they were the points I wanted to raise.
It was brilliant.
It's very helpful.
It was brilliant. We'll now go to questions, if you're happy. Looking to my colleagues to see if any of you wanted to start.
I've just got a few quick questions, if that's okay.
Sure. Honourable Westphane.
Professor, thank you very much for appearing today. Just in relation to your opening statement when you talked about, the title of the inquiry is perhaps not accurate, and that we would need to be looking at, the use of mining land whilst the mine is perhaps still active. How do we balance that and the benefits that it might provide against delays in, projects continuing, given that anything other than a single use for the land would likely require multiple approval processes and therefore provide a greater risk for the proponent that one or all of those parts might be impacted by a rejection if it was to be a package deal, I think is probably a good way to say it. If you understand what I'm saying, that sometimes just going for the singular use provides a more streamlined approval process. We're already seeing how this post-mining land use is throwing minefields in relation to approvals, seeking a separate approval for land use whilst a mine is still active would seem to be perhaps a complication that many proponents will not be prepared to take.
Yeah, look, it's one of the vexing questions here, isn't it? Because, and it's part of, excuse me again, it's part of, I think, requiring us thinking about this from the start, right at the exploration stage. So that kind of, the circles, I think it's on page 10 of the CSIRO report, that kind of the phases. I think we need to be thinking about the future potential land uses and the opportunities for other land uses during mining right at the start, and the planning approvals process, as well as the Mining Act, needs to make that possible so that the miners, the mining companies, are not putting their approval at risk every time they might want to consider a land use that is beneficial, because obviously these things go for a long time, And so we talked, my colleagues this morning talked about the kind of scenario planning idea that you've got to be thinking ahead 30, 40, 50 years ahead at the point where a mining approval is provided as to what might be the kind of beneficial land use ongoing and at the end. And this is the key thing, I think. I mean, you've heard from the mining companies and they can speak for themselves, but it clearly is a key disincentive for a mining company to seek to do anything that alters their initial approval, because they don't want to put their operations at risk. They don't want to be in a position where, the environmental regulations under which we got approved 20 years ago are perhaps more stringent today, so we don't want to open up that approval. I mean, we've all heard lots of mining companies talking about the risk of opening up the approval and them being put into a situation that puts the key work they're doing, which is, extracting or mining, at risk. So we've got to, that's part of that risk profile question. I think we've got to find a way to not open up an original approval in a way that diminishes the capacity of the mining company to do its core business, but be open to the way in which that land can be used. So we think about, the placement of transmission lines as one, the kind of battery storage stuff. Mr. Rush talked, I think he was one of your early, if not the first, but perhaps the second person to appear before the inquiry, talked in a lot of detail about what's happened in Muswellbrook and the way they've integrated existing mining. And this is the same for power stations. I think he made that point. You don't want to be in a position where the risk is so great, the disincentives are so great for mining companies that they're not open to the idea that, this would be a great site for battery storage, or this would be a great site for transmission lines, or indeed this would be a great site to do something with biodiversity, because it won't interfere. Because a lot of mining land isn't, some of it's underground, of course, but a lot of it's not used, all of it at the same time. And that is that there are no incentives in place except social licence and, good citizen stuff, which a lot of the mining companies talk about, to actually, I'm not saying they're not genuine about that, I didn't mean to sound sarcastic at all, I'm just saying there's nothing that would say to them, let's open up the approval so we can stick pump hydro here, or we could put battery storage here, or we could do some biodiversity outcomes, because the last thing they want to do is open up an approval that's going to put at risk their current operations. That is a key issue that needs to be addressed. And there's got to be a way, it's not beyond us to do it, where we don't, we don't put that at risk, because that is a very vexing issue. And when we talk about the lack of incentives for mining companies for beneficial land use, opening up an existing approval is right over there and the thing they don't want to do for really understandable reasons.
I was just just on that very point. Sorry, and I'll go straight back to you. But I just thought now would be a good time. But on that though, if there was a kind of mechanism that said a mining approval can be open, but in these circumstances, no obligation, current obligations will change, but we're looking at that would provide, there could be.
Absolutely.
Because at the moment, my understanding is the minute you open it up, anything's on the table. Yeah, including requiring all sorts of things of the mining company.
And things, obviously, standards change, what we're able to do around the engineering side of this, the kind of environmental expectations, the community's expectations, are all on the table at this point. Somebody running a mining business, the last thing they want. And you can absolutely understand why that's central to them not wanting to look at beneficial uses either during or after.
So can I just follow on with one more as well along this line? If there was as opposed to going up and opening up all the original conditions, if there was a pathway perhaps for a modification that quarantined those existing conditions, but created a pathway for the proponent to keep some of that existing infrastructure, whatever the case may be, but a public benefit test.
Yeah,
would that be a?
Yeah. Yes, and so there has to be there has to be a mechanism to preserve the existing approval, but opening up whatever they might want to do or might be beneficial to government or communities around that. And I think there are, communities in the Hunter, as elsewhere, are very interested in, biodiversity outcomes. And there are ways to get these things happening much sooner than waiting for the whole thing to stop, the whole mining process to stop before we start to look at those things.
So we need to separate out the mining and processing, if you like, from the rehabilitation and the relinquishment. Would you have an idea around when that should occur? Like, what's the lead time that's...
I think it has to be built in at the start. So the next mine that gets approved...
Yes, which is all well and good for the future, but the Hunter is still going to be where the Hunter is. So I suppose it's a two-part issue. We've got what we do for the future, and we can, put in all of these conditions, but the other issue that we are saddled with is the reality of where these mines are at.
Yes. So, again, there has to be that mechanism through the planning legislation and the Mining Act that protects their existing approval, for them to even be, sensibly prepared to consider this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Wes.
The only other question...
Yep.
No.
Great.
It's collaborative at best in this committee. Just in relation to, I guess, the approvals process itself, it's fair to say that we've seen the extremes, I would say, of the approval process, where perhaps there's been no approval processes required to extract minerals from the ground, where, all the way through to this multi-year requirement to seek multiple approvals from state and federal governments, and the ability for any number of stakeholders to create impediments, roadblocks for approval processes for mines and other major infrastructure works, as well as needs for things like environmental offsets, etc. Is it possible that the regulatory framework is so complex and so onerous that the fear that these regulatory processes might impede a project will see the narrowing of the scope, which ultimately leads to a lesser outcome in relation to community benefit, community engagement, because it's easier to try and narrow the scope as opposed to having a wider scope, providing more benefit to that community and also to the landholders and the company. How do we find that balance?
Yeah. Again, I think the question's at the heart of this issue. The mining approvals process rightly focuses on issues associated with environmental outcomes or impacts. A lot of study goes into that. It's obviously geotech and all those kinds of things that go with that. And, the employment of people, obviously important, high quality jobs and so on in regional Australia. The approvals process generally pays much less attention to the social benefits. We're moving, one of the disciplinary hats I might be described as a social planner, we're moving into greater consideration of those issues and, asking mining companies to, make sure they locally procure, all of those kinds of things, that they fully appreciate and employ locally, prevent the fly in, fly out issues, all of those sorts of things. I'm not saying that isn't happening, but it's a kind of add-on. It's a bit of a come lately into that discussion. The disincentive of revisiting an existing approval prevents, particularly in parts of the Hunter, this is, there are lessons from elsewhere in Australia, but where availability of land, I think you heard this in the Dante submission, particularly in areas like Lake Macquarie, which we talk about, we're in transition. Areas like Macquarie have been in transition for 20 years, 30 years, which is why the lessons learned from Lake Macquarie, I think, are very applicable to the sort of now Cessnock, Singleton, and then moving to the Upper Hunter areas. where you've got to work on economic diversification and all those kinds of things. But I think where, just the bald facts of the need for land for investment, industrial uses, commercial uses is pretty significant in parts of the Hunter, particularly the Central Coast, Lake Macquarie and Newcastle. We're seeing a lot of population growth and development approvals coming through in Cessnock and Singleton because it's pushing through. It's obviously pushing north in those areas, but that not recognising the value of these great swathes of land, and if you do plop them on the map with the evidence that we have now, there are very large pieces of land here that are either, at the tail end of mining or have been mined or are now closed, which are currently, because of the regulatory processes in New South Wales, not available for the community to use for beneficial uses, social, economic and so on, beneficial uses. And that regulatory process is central to the problem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks. In terms of the social and economic framework, I think this was a question that I asked the early witnesses that they suggested I ask you this afternoon.
Thanks,
there is, in terms of the research that was done, there is an absence of coherently organised and reliable information to facilitate a social and economic framework for mine closure, relinquishment and post-closure reuse. That's a quote from your report. In terms, who should do that work and how long would it take in terms of that data that's obviously absent and important?
It would take a number of years and it would require, of course, the cooperation of the mining sector who hold much of that information. And so whichever way the outcomes of your inquiry go, there's going to need to be changes in the way cross-agency interactions work in this space. We haven't developed, it's not in the CSR report or elsewhere, we haven't developed what the kind of optimum government arrangements might be for this, but it's partly the responsible of the regulator, it's partly the responsibility of the planning agent, land use planning agency, it's partly the responsibility of the regional department. But it has to be done in cooperation with the mining industry, because they're the ones who need to be supported and incentivised to make this mining land available earlier or sooner, or be open to alternative uses that don't impact their core business at the time. And so it has to be done in a way that brings all of that together. But I don't think it can be anyone but government who brings those who brings the required evidence about, what are the I think Ms. Wexel said this morning, you can't find all the mining closure plans. They're not in one place. So you're trying to kind of develop an evidence base as high level, I think, in some ways, as our work with the CSIRO was. If you had that next level of granularity, gosh, you could look at the picture in quite a different way to say, well, what are the scale of the opportunities here? Where are the areas in which there's not much? Where are the areas in which there's a lot that you could make land available?
So this
but
is
obviously with the cooperation of the mining sector.
This is the difference between publishing the GIS data and the PDF data that Ms. Wetzel referred to. In terms of, you mentioned in your opening statement, and you've sort of referred to it again, that the duplication in agencies that you talk about, and it being a governance issue. And I think you mentioned in your opening statement it was easily fixed. So I'd invite you to provide some suggestions as to how to do so.
Yeah. Look, I think this goes to what is often for government, place-based planning, not land use, not just land use, but planning, is a challenge. Because government agencies work in silos. I'm the Independent Community Commissioner for the Aerotropolis and Orchard Hills, and appointed by Minister Stokes and subsequently by Minister Scully, and central to the lessons out of that in the last 4 years have been it's incredibly difficult for government agencies to focus on a place and coordinate their activities in such a way that addresses the requirements for, in this case, making industrial land available to support the new airport. What are the mechanisms? Now, this can happen through Cabinet Office and Premiers and so on, but it's actually really hard. So my role, is to think about how to support the community through change, but actually half of the work is actually getting the agencies to coordinate with each other. That everybody doesn't go and do their statutory consulting without understanding what everybody else is doing, taking the agencies into the community and asking them to work together to share what's coming up next. That kind of work, which seems simple, but actually is quite difficult to achieve. So it is, I think, one of the roles of a state-based agency with its focus on regional New South Wales to act in a way that coordinates these kinds of initiatives. And it goes into the role of Premier and Cabinet. Because these have to be dealt with as place-based things. The community in Lake Macquarie is a very different mob from the community in Singleton. Is a very,
yes, they are.
You're an MP for these areas. The upper Hunter or the lower Hunter are not one thing, and so you've really got to be able to understand the ambitions and the ambitions for the future for these communities and facilitate their opportunities. And it is difficult to bring agencies together to focus on that kind of place-based planning, even at basic things like communication, understanding how these communities are different from each other.
Is there any research to suggest how you could better do that? I mean, it seems like as you say, easily fixed and on paper, yes, but how do we make that happen?
Yeah, look, and I think again it was mentioned by our colleagues this morning. I mean, the Queensland example has shown that there are roles for commissioners. I mean, it's one of the things that, if there's been any success in my appointment as commissioner, has been to kind of be a ministerial appointment that allows me to ask the agencies to sit around the table and resolve which, who's going to take forward these particular issues. At that level, it's not that difficult if there's a willingness and a support from government, and that requires political support as well as senior leadership supporting government agencies to actually address these issues. Because it's often just basic stuff like, don't run 15 consultation sessions about something when there's a lot of change going on. Do it all at the same time, twice a month, every 2 months, and you all come together inside the community and people can ask what they want. Quite straightforward mechanisms, but it's also about the Hunter regional planning process. The Department of Planning does a great job in advancing those regional planning processes, but they are a huge amount of work, and they require the requisite investment. Obviously, we're competing at the moment for housing approvals. Everyone needs everything done in government, and there's a finite number of resources, and to do really well-developed regional land use plans requires a lot of work and a lot of investment, and those resources need to be made available, to the Department of Planning to do that kind of work. That involves communities and the other agencies and all that sort of stuff.
In terms of the place strategy that was mentioned this morning,
yes.
I think it was Ms. Wetzel who talked about it needing to look at the totality of the region or have that regional focus. Would you have a suggestion? And I think she spoke about having an addendum to the plan, or do you have any suggestions around that and what that should include?
Look, not in addition to what Ms. Wexel talked about this morning, but absolutely that is, that's kind of it's about treating places at this regional scale, joining up all of the evidence at that scale and creating an evidence base around what are community aspirations all the way through to, what are the impediments to investment in these locations. We've got particular things going on in the Hunter, the biodiversity issues impeding both housing and post-mining land use. We need biocertification at scale. That's an expensive and comprehensive business, but we have to create greater certainty for investment to allow these things to and they really need to be enabled by government, so that investment, that context of investment certainty, whether it's building pumped hydro or whether it's developing post-mining land use into a tourism site or a housing site, we need that kind of certainty to support people who are investing in these things to take the risks required.
And just so I'm clear, in my mind, so the mining commissioner, that's what you're referring to with the Queensland reforms?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. I'll just pass to my colleague Sue Higginson, who I'm sure has questions.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a couple of things. I'm just curious about, your findings in relation to skills and the transferal of skills from, and how you think that where you see the correlation to land use planning in terms of the skills shortage or the skills transferals, or how, and whether you've got specific suggestions for this committee around that. Perhaps I'll start there.
Yeah, look, we've done, and again, I can share it separately if that hasn't been provided to you. At the Institute for Regional Futures, we've done a fair bit of work on the skills transition piece, if I can put it in shorthand. One of the findings was, and I'm going to have to find it in my notes because I can't remember the percentage, but a very high percentage, of something in the order of 65% of people are willing to retrain. So that's a piece of baseline research that we conducted, 18 months ago. There's right from the community, point of view, there's a significant willingness to retrain and to for communities to take benefit of what is coming in the future as we move to a low carbon economy and so on. Some of those skills are required by the mining industry and will continue to be required. Some of those skills are required in the new energy economy, and there's a lot of work being done around that. The universities, are providing, doing work around new degrees in this space. There's significant investment, and the government's done a lot already in the significant investment in TAFE, around things like electricians, who are going to be the big trade in the demand and so on. I think, again, and the unions, of course, are very clear about their support around these processes. I think the skills piece, again, requires a coordinated set of actions, but it has to be driven locally. And so the idea of, and it has to be done in collaboration with the work of Energy Co and the Department of Environment in terms of rolling out the new energy economy. We've got a situation at the moment where transmission planning, planning for wind farms, solar farms, and so on, as well as what's needed to make beneficial use of mining land, again, is not seen as a whole picture. So we've got proponents who are, who are putting in proposals and getting approvals for developing wind farms, who are all talking about the same pool of labour. And again, that capacity to bring all of those things together to say, well, actually, we're not going to have enough, whatever it is. I'll just say electricians. We're not going to have enough electricians for all of this, because it's got to be seen as a whole picture. Same with Aboriginal employment targets. They're great things to have, but there simply aren't enough people. Every proponent's talking about percentages of their workforces that are going to have meet targets for Indigenous employment, which is really important. There actually just aren't enough people that in particular parts of regional New South Wales. So again, it's that coordination piece, but it's the mining piece is part of the new energy piece, is also part of the kind of skills for the future piece. And it's difficult. I mean, in universities, we're looking obviously at our future students and their kinds of aspirations. There are significant challenges. We need to be getting people who, we need a plumber who's by this stage probably, earning reasonable money, married with children. They're not going to stop work for 3 years to become an electrician. So we've got to be doing much more around how do we actually incentivise existing skills that are we need less of them and more of those. So, we've got to obviously give people proper paid opportunities. We've got to make the skills pathways easier. It's actually quite difficult if you're an air conditioning mechanic or tradesperson who does a lot of work with electricals to actually become an electrician. There's actually a skills pathway issue there. So it has to be addressed at all of those levels with a place focus. And these things, universities and TAFEs are pretty slow moving. No criticism, we need to be slow moving. So we invest government money in considered ways. But, this is coming at us at a great rate. And if we're not doing this actually on the ground now, and I think a lot of people before the inquiry have talked about this is urgent, but we're, it's happening. It's not something that is going to happen in the future.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I'm just curious when you were saying, and I may just be picking up on something, but you referred to biodiversity as impeding things. I'm just curious about. No, it was actually Professor Ryan's words, and I'm just curious about, how does that. I mean, I don't see I'm another person. I don't see biodiversity as impeding anything. I think, but I'm just curious about where that comes from and what we do about that.
Yeah, it's the lack of certainty that is impeding things. It's not the biodiversity per se. So in the way that we've had at-scale biodiversity mapping in parts of Western Sydney, that creates a level of certainty where investors know that this is developable and this is not developable.
And that was your reference to the certification.
It's the uncertainty that creates the issue where people are not, because if you have to go approval by approval to check whether you can clear land or whether there's threatened species there and so on, and the BDARs and all of that, which is complex and time consuming, the value of the at-scale biodiversity certification creates that certainty, which then enables investment. It's not the biodiversity that's the problem, it's the uncertainty that's the problem.
And so then I'm just curious about, so for the hunter, for example, I think the same can be said similarly with the Gunnedah Basin to an extent, but I think it's a bit different there, because some of those mines are perhaps more, were approved under newer circumstances around biodiversity requirements, and I think you referred to, achieving some outcomes as you go. There's a couple of mines, rightly or wrongly, and doing it well or not well, but they had biodiversity requirements to regenerate as they went.
Yeah.
They were sort of approvals from around about 2012 onwards. Right. But so how do you see that in terms of providing that certainty around biodiversity when we are stuck with a position where we've got a bunch of post-mining rehabilitation considerations, but we're kind of proposing to possibly pause some of those while we look at different uses of land, and then we're talking about potentially encroaching on biodiversity that hasn't yet been or hasn't been encroached upon. Have you contemplated a system or a scheme, or what is the best advice for this inquiry that is grappling with all of these almost out of sync realities?
Yeah, and I think, again, my colleagues referred to it this morning, that, we have lots of plans, regional plans, LEPs, local strategic planning statements that councils do as part of their strategic planning, their integrated planning and reporting requirements under the Local Government Act. They're all on different timeframes. And so, one starts, one finishes, one's going to finish in a year. Again, communities are engaged around these processes, which, you all appreciate this, but community sees government as one thing. And they can't get their heads around the idea that, I know the planning department were here talking to you last week, but we're from the environment department or the environment bit of the planning department. We want to ask you your aspiration. It's like, this is the stuff that communities think, what? You're all government. Big, and even the differentiation between state and local government is poorly understood in a lot of communities. And local governments work very hard at trying to make that. So I think there's pieces to do. I will try and answer the question. But I think this piece is to do with lining up the statutory requirements around these key planning cycles, because then it facilitates the whole conversation about a whole of place focus. Where when you have councils saying, well, you know, we went out to talk to our community, which is a community plan for a whole LGA, which they're under the Local Government Act required to do within the year of a new term of council. So councils are turning their minds to that post the September elections now. And that is not just about what council's going to do in this place, but it's about what it's going to advocate and facilitate other agencies to do. And they say, well, we don't get, you know, a lot of people coming out and being interested. It's either because they've been consulted to death or they don't understand the kind of opportunities to bring all of these players together. And then next time there'll be a review of the regional plans, the same requirement will happen. And from community's point of view, you're asking us all about the same things, kind of over and over again. So I think there's two things. I think there's the bringing together of the timeframes around these key statutory, and local government is central to this, because they do have that place-based role. That is actually what local government is. And they have these requirements under the Local Government Act, and other agencies can use this really effectively to understand how these communities are working, and many local governments work really effectively with the other agencies to bring all of that planning into the community strategic planning space. The local strategic planning statements, which again is a local government mechanism driven and supported by the state government, but again it's on a different time frame that looks just at the land use planning components of the community strategic planning piece. In other in other countries, we've done work where we've brought that in to line up with the local government integrated planning and reporting process to avoid exactly this, where everyone's going out on different timeframes, and also then lining up the kind of higher level regional strategic planning pieces. I think in terms of how do you ensure protection of biodiversity, it's partly that evidence piece around we actually have to have the mapping of the corridors of what matters, because it is the death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? You look at this for, industrial land, and, it's just, 5 trees or whatever, but we're missing corridors, we don't understand, we don't have enough information in the public arena when planning decisions are made, and I sit on the regional planning panel, we're arguing for 5 trees on a relatively small, because if you don't, it'll be that 5 trees, that 5 trees, that 5 trees, but in the absence of evidence as to whether this is an appropriate corridor, how do you, are you giving something up that's really important if you let them chop down a couple of... It's incredibly difficult to balance those decisions without the evidence about this is the stuff that's important to protect and this is the stuff that isn't. So that at-scale biodiversity mapping creates a level of certainty for everybody. And then the third piece, I think there's the lining up, everyone talking place-based communities, putting local government in the centre of that, and the other agencies coordinating around that. So there's a forward vision that is retested every 3 and 4 years. There's the evidence, particularly around what actually is important, and because these are the, we often talk about planning being the trade-off between private and public interests. Well, often environmental issues are a trade-off between public interests and private interests as well. And who speaks to the environment? If we don't have those evidence, if we don't have the evidence, are we going to the wall over something where actually this would be better service to create economic outcomes for communities? We don't know where these important corridors are for the most part in regional areas, and we don't know whether the mining sector, what role should they have in this going forward. So that's where the scenarios piece comes. I think you have to say in certain parts of, so just say the Hunter for the purposes of our example, the biodiversity outcomes as part of these scenarios in this place are going to be very significant for the following reasons. We don't have the evidence at the moment in which we can prioritise which piece of which scenario. We're all looking at each of these either mining approvals or land use approvals at this level without being able to say, which things are reasonable to trade off against others. And it's the lack of evidence around this, and it's the lack of mapping, and it's the lack of certainty around making sure we protect what really matters, and so that the decision making is enabled through that, and investment.
Unfortunately, that's all we have time for. I have a list of questions I could ask you, but I'll put them on notice. Thank you very much for making time to give evidence. It's been very valuable to have you here.
Great pleasure. Thanks very much for the invitation.
Just for clarity, these documents that you provided, are you tabling them for us?
Yes. One of them is the executive summary of a document that has already been tabled.
Yep.
And we just didn't think the executive. That's right. We didn't think the executive summary got tabled. That's all. And the other one is a summary of the document that's already been tabled.
Wonderful.
So that's not new for the committee.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there were any questions on notice, our committee secretariat will be in touch with you about the details of those. Thank you once again. Thanks. And I do apologies for the delay in getting you online. Thank you for your patience. Can you hear us? No, not yet. Sorry, apologies for the delay in getting you online. You can hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you very much. I understand that sometimes there are lots going on at the same time, so I'm quite okay with the delay.
Thank you. Look, if I could ask you to start by stating your name, position, title, and swearing either the oath or the affirmation, please.
My name is Ravi Naidu, and I'm Distinguished Laureate Professor of University of Newcastle, and at the same time I'm also the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of the Cooperative Research Centre for Contamination Assessment and Remediation of the Environment.
Wonderful. And if you could swear either the oath or the affirmation for us, please, as well.
So I do affirm, and if you could read out to me, please. Sure. I swear.
Are you taking the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation.
Affirmation? Yes. Beautiful. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm.
I solemnly, sincerely declare and confirm.
That the evidence now about to be given.
That the evidence now about to be given.
By me shall be the truth.
Finally shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor Naidu, would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Thanks so much. First and foremost, I've been invited to present myself and respond to any issues, queries that the Senate committee might have. I have been working on environment issues for the last 30 to 35 years now. Initially with the CSIRO, then I worked up for the first 30.5 years, where I left CSIRO when I was Chief Research Scientist. I then joined the University of South Australia, and that's where I established the Cooperative Research Centre for Contamination Assessment and Remediation of the Environment, CRC-CARE, which was established in 2005, initially funded through the Commonwealth of Australia and stakeholders, and from 2021 funded largely by stakeholders. I moved to the University of Newcastle after the university invited me and CRC-CARE to relocate, assuring us that the university would provide us support for the Centre of Excellence to be relocated here. Over the years, I have worked on pollutants, both contaminated sites and also partnership with mining companies. I've worked on degraded mine land as well. I've just finished editing a book on mine rehabilitation as well.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. I might start just with a question that's prompted by the previous witness, Professor Roberta Ryan, who was talking about the risk that we're faced with in terms of the New South Wales Resources Regulator, and we have a very risk-averse system. But we also, on the other hand, have a situation where larger mining companies are transferring the lease towards the end of the life of the mine to smaller companies who keep sites in care and maintenance for quite extensive periods of time. And the risk that we face, that I suppose the potential of some of these sites isn't realised and they're not fully remediated, and that the risk that the state government has. How much of a risk do you think that is, and where do you think we are best to sort of place ourselves in the pendulum of that, if that makes sense?
Thanks so much. Let me just start by saying that when we look at minerals industries, for example, we all focused on that many, many years ago, and the focus was all about the building economy. And at a time when we did not have appropriate environmental legislations, and as a consequence, we have ended up with, for example, abandoned and derelict mines. But then the last 20 years, 25 years, the state and federal government recognized that large companies were pretty focused on generating revenues, which were supporting people as well, but they were not leaving behind the degraded land in the condition that they should. Now, when I say in the condition that they should, I mean you could not go back to its original state. That's the key thing to recognize. The second thing to recognize is what Professor Roberta Ryan said, risk averse by regulators, for example. Question to ask is, when would we be and when are we risk averse? We are normally risk averse and take a precautionary approach when we do not have appropriate science underpinning decisions that we make. And therefore, whenever we are confronted with legislation, for example, let's say from the rehabilitation perspective, if we do not have appropriate science underpinning our decisions, we would be not risk averse. I'm a little bit slow today because I was in Switzerland going for a meeting, and so the time difference is making me a bit slow. Pardon me for that. And also, I lost one of my best cousins just the other day, and so my mind is struggling between the two. So
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
So the challenge really is that what can we do to underpin those decisions with sound science? If we have sound science, then we minimize risk-averse system. That's one thing to note. The second thing to note is that, of course, we have a local community that rely on jobs as well. But then when you have mine housing, for instance, you have degraded land. What we do not have in the system is when degraded land is being rehabilitated, how far back do we go? We do not have an index, for instance. For me, because I chair the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, global network on pollution and mine rehabilitation within that as well. The soils that we have are healthy soils, and if you give an index to the healthy soils, that's 1, for instance, and if you degrade that, the index probably drops to nearly 0. The question is, how do we bring it back to a state where the index is, let's say, 0.7 or 0.6, so that we can say, here are the critical attributes that we must make certain, put in place, such that the soil health is close to 1 or 0.7 which we can sign up for. We do not have any such thing like that. And so that's something which we do not see large companies providing sufficient resources to a stage where small companies that take over, some work has already been done and resources are there. So I don't see that in Australia, and something that we need to take into consideration as well.
Soil index data.
Yes, that's right, soil health, because globally soil health is something that we are focusing on. By mining, for instance, we are removing surface soil, for example, organic matter is gone, for instance. When we try to rehabilitate that, we are not looking at the same soil, because the nutrient content of surface soils is much of higher quality than subsurface soils. And therefore, when larger companies are transferring risks to smaller companies, they ought to take ownership of some of this. And then if the legislation is there that says, look, you got to address all of these attributes, which would then lead to, let's say, a rehabilitation index of 0.7, which I would sign off easily, because with time, it won't get to 1.
Interesting. Thank you. Looking to my colleagues now to see if they have any questions. Ms. Higginson?
Yeah, I'm just curious, you know, in terms of the need to get environmental remediation right, it just seems that we hear this consistent theme that we need good baselines, we need good indexes, and we need transparency around all of that. Where are we? You know, why are we not there? What are the things you see across the board about why we haven't got these things that we need and what we need to do to actually have that point of excellence to be able to get the remediation program at scale good?
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question as well. The key thing that I see here in Australia, I've lived in Australia since 1989 now. I come from a small country, Fiji, for instance, to Australia, and I've grown in my role by researching here. Now, what is it that we are missing where mine rehab is concerned? First and foremost is that we always want to rush into doing things, and then the first thing that you see is where's the consulting company that can help us. Consulting companies are very good at making sales pitch, and we have international companies, but they're not able to deliver what investment into 2 years research, 3 years research would provide, and which would provide a lot more benefit than rushing into consultants, getting consultants to deliver. I'm just going through a proposal now where I said it will take 3 years, and the consulting company said we can do it in 12 months, we can cut, here it is. And then I say to myself as a scientist, and I have also received the United Nations highest award, Twink Award for soil scientists. And when I get to see these things, I say to myself, here they're trying to reduce the cost. They're saying we'll deliver tomorrow, but we never deliver tomorrow. And this is where sound investment, good governance, to deliver a lot more than what we've been able to deliver. Now, within good governance, not just research, but we have to build capacity as well. We have to train people, and this is where local community, for example, if we're looking towards closer, we need to train local community from rehab perspective. And if we did that, then we would have a proactive team of people who could step in and provide that support as well.
Interesting. And so what do you say at the moment with this inquiry? We've been hearing the need to be able to potentially suspend current imposed rehabilitation requirements, including environmental rehabilitation while we consider further other exploits of the land for other purposes, whether it be, other economic generation. What do you see? Do you see any dangers in adapting that kind of practice, and if so, what sort of safeguards should we be looking at? And how do we move from a system of project by project remediation requirements around mines when we're looking at, whether it's biodiversity, contamination, all of those remediation issues? How do we move from project to project to a regional view of these matters?
Another really good question. The first thing is that whenever you have very large regions, for example, areas, the first thing that where we see it is that we need to decipher and say what parts of the impacted land would be good enough for certain end use. And when I talk about end use, you could say here we could have residential, for instance. This is where we can't have residential because the degradation of the land is so much that you can't take it back to where it is, and that therefore less sensitive end use, for instance. Where you need to rehabilitate, we should be able to do that to the first thing. Now, while we do that, personally, I wouldn't say we should stop rehabilitation because the rehabilitation is also in capturing carbon. This is also crucial. But the first thing would be for us to look at location, and receptors. What are the receptors there? Sensitive receptors, we should look for land where we could make it sensitive. And most of sensitive receptors, we should identify that. And then you can have a matrix. If I can just draw and show. Let me just see. Oh, I can't do it here. So the way we should do it is that on the one hand you have cost, for example. On the other hand, you have risk, for instance. If you want to reduce the risk all the way, the cost will be very high. And then you keep going up and the risk is very high, and you say this is where we can't have sensitive receptors, and therefore could be industrial or something. And somewhere in the middle we say, yes, we can manage, the risk is low enough, and you can still have sensitive people staying with sensitive receptors here. So we should be able to come up with a system like that. And from CRC's perspective, I was at a project in India, 55,000 hectares of land infected by 10 wastes, and we were able to totally remediate that and talk to people, get the community on board, and they're fine now. There was BBC documentary on that, and I was quoted on the Hobby People as well. That's how we did it. The first thing was to look at what could be the receptors that we could put in place, and based on the sensitivity and risks.
And just finally, I'd be really interested, given the breadth of the work you do, do we have good remediation standards? Like our standards in New South Wales, are we working on sort of highest best standards or globally equivalent standards, and where else are there perhaps better standards or practices than what we require?
You're asking really good questions. First and foremost is that I think New South Wales EPA is really good. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I think the Chief Executive has put in really lots of things that I'm quite appreciative of. That's one thing. And a lot of the time it's about point source contamination, which is highly contaminated sites. And when you go beyond that and start to take into consideration mine rehab, for example, that's a totally different ballpark, which is where we are beginning to do things, but we are not quite there where we ought to be.
Thank you.
Thanks. Did you have questions? The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you. I've only got one really brief question.
It's very faint. For some reason, it's not coming through.
Oh, my apologies. Is that better if I speak more into the microphone?
Can you hear me all right, Professor Naidu?
Yes, okay.
Yes? Okay. There may be a problem with
Yeah.
the Honourable Wes
That's
Fang's
right. I put my
mic.
question on notice.
We'll try and get that fixed up in the meantime. I just wonder, in terms of the situation that we're facing here in New South Wales, we've talked about the planning system that's in place at the moment, and whether or not the previous witness was talking about whether or not we can separate out the rehabilitation requirements from the mining sort of conditions of consent and have them separated out, if that makes sense, so that all of our historic mines, which were, had their conditions of consent given under very different circumstances, which you referred to, I think, in your opening remarks, so that as to kind of quarantine that risk, but also allow us to be able to do things with more of a regional focus, more of a modern focus, if you like. I wondered if you had any thoughts or observations around that, or any examples from even overseas in terms of other studies that you've done where it's been done well.
Oh, thanks very much for that question. We have worked on those abandoned or derelict mines in New South Wales, and I go along with the suggestion that the derelict mines should be separate from existing mines, because with derelict mines we did not have appropriate technologies which are as advanced as what we have today, and the risk, for instance, associated with derelict mines would be very different from the risks associated with the existing mines right now. With derelict mines, there could still be minerals, for example. With new technologies, people could still go to the mine, for instance. With the existing mines, the risk that you're posed with is both from remediation perspective and rehab. When you look at rehab, the concentrations of toxic metals, for example, will not be as high as you would see, for example, in derelict mines. So we did work on derelict mines, and we were model there as well. And my suggestion also is that we should use artificial intelligence approach to delineate derelict mines. So we have a risk index that one can use to delineate, such that you could see where the highest risk is, the lowest risk, and what can you do then to minimize risk as well.
We have heard earlier about the lack of mapping that is available, or single source of truth, if you like, in terms of where these derelict mines are, what sort of state that they are in. I wondered if you've done any research to look at that.
Yes, we have done research, and we looked at a number of derelict mines, and we have written reports. The challenge that we have these days is that any work that you do, there is no base funding, for example, to support what you're doing. For example, university would not pay anybody's salary. Equally, CRC-CARE doesn't receive any base funding, and therefore somebody has to pay for the expense. And those expenses do not generate much surplus. And therefore, state governments do not have sufficient financial resources to provide that. And as a consequence, we're not able to look at all the mines and come up with the map that we put. So everything boils down then, even if you have appropriate skill set, everything boils down to resource in the form of finance, for instance.
Yeah. In the CSIRO report, we heard earlier from them this morning, they identified there being an opportunity for a trusted broker to provide an evidence base around the social and economic benefits in particular to inform post-mining transition efforts. Would you have a view as to who or what is best placed to do that sort of work?
A trusted broker is one who is quite independent and neutral in what they come up with, and go along with that. For example, from CRCK's perspective, we developed technical guidance documents bringing industries and regulatory jurisdictions together. So CRCK as a trusted broker, because we didn't favor the regulatory jurisdictions, we didn't favor the industries. We were right in the center, making certain that what we provided was not favoring either of the two parties. So you do need a trusted broker like that as well. Not that I'm not saying that CRCK should be one, but I'm saying we should.
I wondered as well if you have any suggestions around examples of where First Nations have been empowered in decisions around post-mining transitions, whether you, from any of the work that you've done, either here or on an international scale. It was recognised by the CSIRO report as being an area of importance, but also a real gap in the current approach.
Thanks very much for that. A few things. First and foremost, right now I'm part of the United Nations Environment Program, where we are writing the Global Environment Outlook report, and the First Nations is one thing that the United Nations is very, very focused on. The entire report, in every chapter we are including First Nations, so that's one to take note of. The second thing is that I do quite a bit of, I provide independent reviews for New Zealand discovery projects and some of the other projects, and First Nations feature very high there as well. Third thing is that I recently wrote a mining magazine. They invited me to write a column on ESG, and I mentioned First Nations and BHP because CSK has been working with BHP, and BHP has always been very keen to make certain that First Nations were taken into consideration, whatever we were doing as well. So at least I'm not just one company that does that.
Thank you. I'm just looking to my colleagues to see if you had any further questions. No? No? Professor Naidu, were there any other final remarks or comments that you wanted to make? Or as I know we are running a bit ahead of time.
Thanks very much. I was really delighted that New South Wales government is looking into this, which is really great. From mine rehab perspective, my feeling is that, as mentioned earlier, we have derelict mines as well as existing mines, and from closer perspective, we do need to put in place a number of things. First, we have to take into consideration the local community because they will be concerned about roads as well. The second is what is it that we need to do to make certain that we are building capacity such that if we move towards rehab, local people could be engaged with that. The third thing is we always rush into doing things, and hydrogen always comes to my mind where probably people are rushing to hydrogen and people are stepping back very quickly as well. And hydrogen always takes me to my year 10 when my chemistry teacher said to me, here is water and here are the electrodes. Could you see that we can split water, generate hydrogen, then we can burn hydrogen and condense and see how water condenses? So people could see that. We did that in year 10. But we were always told that at the end of the day you will have to deal with residues as well, depending on how clean the water is. So imagine year 10 is when we did that, and people have been rushing towards hydrogen. And anything that comes out of this, in my opinion, not to be one where we have rushed into things, but we are putting sufficient resources to underpin, which to me is crucial as well. Now, final pitch is that yes, the research is important, But research should not be about just writing, doing research and writing a publication. Utilization of what we come up with is so important. And so that's where that's what we have been doing as well. How do we convert solutions that we come up with into practical outcomes so which they can out in the field? And when we do that, social issues need to be taken into consideration, risk associated with what we're doing, and of course, sound science as well. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Naidu. If there are any questions on notice, our committee secretariat will be in touch with you for the details. We really appreciate you making time to give evidence today, particularly in the circumstances that you're currently in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was pleased to do so. Thank you very much for reaching out to me.
Welcome to our next witnesses. If I could get each of you to start by stating your name, your position title, and swearing either the oath or the affirmation. Starting with you, please, Dr. Boggs.
Hi, thanks for having me. Guy Boggs, I'm CEO of the Cooperative Research Centre for Transformations in Mining Economies, or CRC Time, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Measham. I'm Research Director at the Cooperative Research Centre for Transformation in Mining Economies, CRC Time. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And we are trying to sort out Ms. Dioso's audio, so hopefully she'll be able to jump on and join us. But we thought we'd get underway. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Thank you. I've got an opening statement. Firstly, thank you to the committee for inviting us here today. My colleagues and I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the lands on which we each join you today. For me, in Perth, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. For Tom, in Brisbane, it is the Yagara people and the Turrbal people. And for Gillian, in Adelaide, it is the Kaurna people, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. CRC Time is an independent research organisation working to bring together diverse stakeholders to improve what happens after mining ends. We have delivered over 40 projects worth over $30 million since forming in 2020, through funding from the Australian Government, Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Cooperative Research Centre program, as well as in-kind and financial support from our 80 partners. In the 4 years since we began, we have seen a significant shift, regionally, nationally and globally, in how the process of mine closure is understood. What is happening is recognition of the need to focus on what is being transitioned into, not only what is being transitioned out of. This represents a fundamental shift towards value optimisation. As the committee has heard, this raises complex and challenging questions. Our submission highlighted some of our work underway to help answer these pressing questions, including on policy, collaborative planning, economic transition capacity, repurposing options, First Nations inclusion, technical solutions, and education and training. We look forward to your questions on these. But before then, I wanted to quickly highlight 3 overarching observations. The first is the importance of shifting from site to regional scale. Mine closure is regulated at site scale, usually proponent-led and seeking to return to prior state. This is in tension with the experience of economic and social effects at a regional scale, and limits consideration of what post-mining land use options could deliver the best value. The second is the role of multi-stakeholder and whole-of-government processes. Every region is different. What model is used should reflect what is best suited for that context. What is common across all regions is the role to ground collaborative planning in each region's own value set, the importance of First Nations being equal partners in local processes, and critically, the need for cross-government coordination. The third point I'd like to make is for the potential for a mine closure solutions industry. Our landmark report with the CSIRO identified an approximate $4 to $8 billion annual spend on mine closure equipment, technology and services to 2040. This is significant, with potential to turn the domestic challenge into global opportunities for local, Indigenous and Australian businesses under the right settings. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Dioso, my apologies if I've mispronounced your name. If I could just get you, before you move into questions, if I could get you to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. I'm Gillian Durso, and my title is External Relations and Impact Director at the Cooperative Research Centre for Transformations in Mining Economies. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Looking to my colleagues to see if anyone wants to start. Ms. Sue Higginson,
I'd love to.
Go
Thank
for it.
you. Thank you all of you for being here. I'm really curious. The first thing that you spoke to in your opening was about moving from site to regional scale. And, you know, I think that is something that is so clear that that is something that we need to do, and that if we're going to, well, that we need to do it and we must do it well. I am, you know, one of the concerns that I have around that is the consideration of biodiversity, the regeneration of biodiversity. And when we are looking specifically at the Hunter Valley, we've had some really powerful evidence that's been provided to this inquiry and submissions around mining in the Hunter over the decades has actually left us with a bit of a nature debt or a deficit. And I don't think that's controversial. I think that that's quite accepted. You know, we've seen particular vegetation communities that once had a relative abundance, now literally on the brink of perhaps not existing, and so on. I am just wondering, and then just to add one other layer, is that we have this kind of this understanding that, well, if we just identify where biodiversity should be or could be, then everything will be all right and we can move forward. But unfortunately, biodiversity is not that nimble or, based on its requirements are not that anthropocentric. So I would just love to hear your perspectives if you could, and I think it would be really beneficial for the inquiry about if you've got any insights on how do we do it really well, move from site to scale, with a really deep understanding of the requirements of biodiversity needs and sort of looking through that nature positive lens.
This is a wonderful question. Thank you. And I'm going to start by, I guess, actually talking to the journey of CRC Time. So for my part in it, I was employed by the West Australian Biodiversity Science Institute, and I led the restoration program. And it was out of that program, from my side, that the CRC Time concept was born. And one of the questions and tensions we see in the broader restoration community is where should we be making investments in restoration, and why should we be making those investments to deliver the nature benefits that you've described. And so that question is very much at the heart of this CRC, is how do you balance these competing tensions around what's the most appropriate thing to do with our sites within a regional planning context. So if I look at the nature question that's been framed here, the piece of work that we've been doing has been to look at the use of natural capital accounting frameworks to help us understand and track our natural capital assets over the life of the mine, from pre-approval through construction phase and well into closure, to help us make the decisions that are actually going to ensure that we have the right natural capital at the end of the mine life. And we know that that's, as you say, nature, more broadly than biodiversity, water, soils, and the whole range of ecosystem services, but also fundamentals of natural capital. So this year we launched the first guidance for the resource sector around natural capital accounting, and that included case studies where we had worked on assets where they had actually taken, we'd had almost the opposite to what we've seen here, where you've had agricultural landscapes that were mined and then returned to a nature-based situation post-mine. So there are different ways that those tools can be used. They also allow you to integrate forecasting-based decisions. So that nature debt that might be accrued over a life of mine, and the way in which you might play that out beyond the mine, is really dependent on very good forecasting techniques around what is the capability of the types of works that are feasible to be implemented on these sites, and what sort of nature value would they create. And that's why I bring it back to this value optimization story as well. And what we're seeing in the nature positive conversation is, yes, site-based decisions, but within a regional context. We know that, as you say, biodiversity plays out across regional scales, and ecosystems have particular extents. And what we're looking for in that collaborative planning process is how do we work between biodiversity, activities that are on agricultural land? How do we work with the conservation estate? And what is the role of the mining rehabilitation and the activities of mining companies across their whole estate, not just those areas that are significantly changed because of mining, but more broadly across the range of leases. So mining actually has reasonably large areas under their tenements. There are a whole range of nature positive actions that can happen across those. So we need the short answer at the end is, do we have the appropriate evaluation tools sitting behind the way in which we might trade off different decisions around nature as part of beneficial land use conversation? And we believe the work that we started doing in natural capital provides some of those robust evidence-based tools to support nature-based decisions.
Great, thank you. Is that, I'm just curious from your, the submission that you gave us, which is very good, but was the tool that you're referring to in terms of that natural capital kind of framework, is that something that is available?
It is. So pretty much all of our work is publicly available. So firstly, it's based on the UN System for Environmental Economic Accounting, and we know all states and territories and the Australian government have signed up to the SEA framework.
Yeah.
What's really interesting is it's also cross-sectoral in its adoption. So, and that's where it's really valuable, because we want the resources sector to engage with other industries and NRM regional planning or conservation planning. So I think it's that framing and the opportunity to connect those conversations is really valuable.
I might just add that
Gillian?
we released the report. We released the resources suite about 2 weeks after we made our submission, so that's why we didn't refer to it specifically. But I can share them online. I'll share them afterwards.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That would be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wondered now, just a question for all of you, in terms of the 11 Australian case studies of post-mine land use, what can we learn from these case studies in particular?
It's a great question. I'm going to pass to Tom for this one in particular.
So there's lots of things we can learn, but I'll just pick out a couple of things. And one of them is that today, and particularly within the Australian context, examples of post-mine planning resulting in a transformation to something that is positive and it's a good outcome, it has not really been part of a planned process. So it's mostly been either serendipitous, or it's because people have actually been finding what you might call alternative methods to achieving an outcome. So they have not followed the rule book, so to speak.
Yeah.
Sort of said, there's a way through this, and it's not been the sort of the intended kind of textbook approach to how you achieve mining change. There are a handful of examples around the world where we do see that, but we haven't seen those in Australia. So when we do see a positive outcome in Australia, it's because you had a handful of individuals with a sense of drive, a sense of determination, a lot of concern about resources and a commitment to place. So we're seeing individuals who have said, this place really matters to us. We have local networks, we have local knowledge, have ways to understand what's going on here, and we are going to sort of find a way through this. So that's one of the kind of key things I would take away, that it is not a natural outcome of the kinds of processes that we have in Australia in terms of those sort of planning processes. Another one I would say take away from this is, in many cases, it has required substantial resources. So these things often require significant resources in terms of money. And another observation is they frequently require quite a lot of time. So they might require, or potentially decades, potentially. So not necessarily, but usually a kind of a longish time frame, a handful of individuals who are really kind of key change makers, decent resources, and people who are prepared to sort of navigate around what you might call the limitations of the existing structures. So that's more or less the examples that we see in Australia. There are, like I said, there are examples overseas where it has been a much more intentional process, but they're pretty rare.
In terms of that, when you talk about the high costs involved, or how, in your view, could the government create a framework whereby those costs were minimised?
Probably the way I would answer that is to say the focus should be more on the opportunity. So if you sort of say, let's say this costs so many millions or so many billions, depending on the scale of what kind of transformation you're talking about. So, for example, people often draw an analysis of what's happened in Germany in the Ruhr Valley. That was a 38 billion euro transformation. So that's roughly 60 billion Australian dollars. That's the scale of that transformation. That transformation took 50 years. It involved all styles of government with an emphasis on regional delivery. Now, that might not be possible in every part of Australia, that kind of scale. But the reason it worked was because they generated a whole lot of jobs, industries, new economic activity, real estate value. A whole lot of things came out of that, which were very positive for Germany. So I would say, to come back to your question, and if you want to maybe scale it back, because we're not in the Ruhr Valley, what would be the way to think about that? Would be not so much focusing on what does it cost, but focusing on what can we do of value. And it might be 1% of that price, or it might be some other fraction, but it would be something. It would be a significant cost.
In your submission, you outlined the limited understanding around reusing of infrastructure and the missed opportunities that there were. How can mine operators and regulators ensure we don't miss out on those opportunities?
That's an excellent question. And what we are finding at the moment, we are, as I said, 4 years old. The scale of change in this space has been incredibly rapid since the formation of the CRC in its own space. And I would note even that the fact that this inquiry is taking place is a representation of how quickly this conversation is emerging, when this conversation was actually very difficult for us to engage with in the earlier bid phases. So I think there is still a space here for growing awareness of what opportunities actually look like in the beneficial post-mining land use conversation. So our case studies that Tom just referred to, that was a really fundamentally important study for us to highlight not just where these beneficial post-mining land uses have occurred, but what led to them being enabled within the Australian context. But there's other work that we've been involved in supporting. So, for example, the release of a recent book through the Eden project in the UK, which categorises 102 things to do with the hole in the ground. I'm sure it's been previously mentioned.
Yeah.
But what's really critical there is if we need to unpack and understand what different opportunities, the whole variety of types of uses that have been actually demonstrated in different sites around Australia and around the world, and then start to think about, well, one, what were the policy settings that may have helped or hindered that, but also what were the regional contexts. Tom and I are both geographers by training, and place-based decision making is fundamentally important. So you can't just pick up one repurposing project and expect it to work in another context. But we have a range of of socioeconomic and biophysical characteristics across Australia that allow us to think about the different types of repurposing options and help evaluate why they might work in different places. And it's that evaluation point I wanted to land on as the last point. I will pass to Tom for some context around and the economic transitioning thinking around that. But we are working now, particularly with the Queensland Government, on evaluation tools that are helping to prioritise and understand the different options that might be available for post-mining land uses at a site, looking at repurposing, value pathways, looking at reuse, and that's important to separate those two things, where we're seeing circular economy and waste reuse opportunities emerging on mine sites, along with the types of values that might be present through nature-based decisions or investments or social or cultural values. So robust evaluation tools, along with stimulating the imagination by actually understanding there is a whole range of things that can be done with these sites. But Tom, did you want to talk about the actual transition capacity a bit more?
Sure. So the capacity at the community level to have a good conversation around transition is a really important factor. We've seen that not just in Australia, but there's actually some new work which has just come out in Indonesia, which is also at this point that capacity to think about transition is really important. And Guy mentioned the economic tools, economic transition tools. Having a good understanding of what are the economic implications of different courses of action is critically important. It's critically important to avoid what you might call sort of white elephant type, things which seem desirable at the beginning, which are not actually effective at all. We want to avoid those sorts of outcomes. So we need tools which give us a good understanding of what are the likely economic consequences of actions. CLC Time has been investing in improving these tools. So we currently have a prototype of a tool which does this for all local government areas in Australia. It's an improvement on the other tools that are available. A lot of other tools will often take what you might call sort of average trends from a state or some wider area and then represent them on a scale. What we really need is very customized information that really tunes into the actual effects, which are regionally specific, and how they interact with other locations. So if you have a tool which tells you if you increase jobs in one area, in one location, what does that do in another location? Does it decrease jobs? Does it grow jobs? And so on and so forth. So we have developed these types of tools within CLC Time as an important input into the transition capacity.
And so how would that level of modelling assist us when we're looking at, future use of the land using that sort of economic modelling? How could we apply that?
One of the things it could do, we're speaking hypothetically here,
yep.
Just start by saying that we haven't done this work in New South Wales, so I can't give you sort of exact examples of what would happen. But what it might do, or what it could do, is if you were to say grow one part of the economy, which might be, say, for example, the care economy, just because that's part of the economy, which is often an area for growth in many parts of Australia, not necessarily in New South Wales, but in many parts of Australia, that is an area which is growing. If you were to invest in that, let's say, that's hypothetically, that would have a number of flow-on effects which we could calculate for the broader region. Conversely, if you were to sort of say, let's invest in this, which might be, let's say, tourism, it might not. We don't know that's the case until we check the data.
Thank you. Very interesting. Just looking to my colleagues to see if you had any questions you wanted to continue with. Yep, you're on. I've got more, but
no, you go.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want to hog the mic, so to speak. In terms of the upskilling of communities, that's obviously a key part of utilising mine sites after they've concluded. What challenges have you found running some of the courses that you do online? Or what challenges have you found generally in just running the courses? Yeah.
And I think that, there's a couple of nuances to this, but I'd love to ask Julian to speak to it.
Thank you. I'm really passionate about education. So one of the things that we have funded through the CRC is the Mass Open online course on mine closure and sustainable transitions. And we made a deliberate decision to fund a Mass Open online course because the aim is to make it broadly available and not cost prohibitive for people. We have been looking at the education and training from the perspective not only of people, not from workforce, so the actual workforce is part of it in terms of the delivery of activities for mine rehabilitation and planning, but what other knowledge people need to be able to be equal partners in decision making around what happens on their land and in their communities. Often there's a asymmetrical information base about what an industry or a regulator might know about the mine closure and post-mine transition process. And if you're a community member or a traditional owner, you've got many other things happening, it's not an area where you would have the same amount of information. So what we have been trying to do is make that much more available, make a product available. So the Mass Open online course is part of that, and they had 400 enrollments in the pilot version from 33 different countries, and we also had about 30 policymakers and regulators as part of that, which we also found was an area, and we're just about to hopefully launch the next version of that, and we will be doing targeted engagement to raise the profile to traditional owner groups and regional development organisations that may be facing the prospect of a mine closure in their region and would like to get information from an independent source about what that can look like. In terms of upskilling, we're also are funding the stages 1 and 2 of a program of work to understand what knowledge and skills traditional owners are seeking to help them negotiate with proponents, to help them develop long-term benefits management structure plans and strategies, and to look at employment and training opportunities that may come from the post-mine landscape. That's hopefully the workshops as part of that will kick off soon, but it has led to quite a lot of analysis of what is currently available. And I will just note and acknowledge Tom and Gavin's leadership here. We're just about to launch a report with the Australian Mining and Automotive Skills Alliance that mapped or looked at different education and training options in mine closure and transitions. And what it found is that while there has been a growth in opportunities, particularly at the vet area, there's still not enough. And potentially the best pathway would be further vet qualifications, but also a suite of professional suite. And people are really seeking more formalised training pathways in addition to on-the-job learning. And also, just to add to that, one of the key areas that people need skills in is there's the technical components, but we're increasingly seeing how to stakeholder engagement, facilitation of partnerships, and those, I don't like this term, but the soft skills that can come around how you would work to a positive solution.
Thank you. Are there any key skills that you've particularly identified through that work as being needed?
Yes, let me just bring that up. One was in the mine closure process, so beyond the mine closure specialist, and Tom, please jump in as well. The mine closure process, one is the regulatory regime and what's involved. Working with First Nations is a particular area where people are seeking more skills and moving beyond those skills being held by a community team to being understood and held across an organisation. As Tom, I might go to you.
Yeah, look, just while you sort of remember a little bit.
I'm just thinking.
Just mentioned the one. That is really having a good understanding of what is actually within scope for a discussion around post-mining outcomes.
Great point.
So quite often we have a situation, and again, I'm not speaking specifically in New South Wales, where the scope, the negotiation or the dialogue is constrained by people's understandings of what they can ask for. And developing skills in that negotiation process and understanding of the nature of the scope. And this is particularly something which has come to us as an issue, as a demand from our Indigenous partners. Our First Nations partners have specifically mentioned this, that they would like to have more skills development in enabling a richer discussion by having a better understanding of what is within scope.
And in terms of the course offering that you currently have, will you continue to expand these courses?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're just about to launch our next strategic plan, and in the next 3-year cycle, there is space to grow the formal education offerings, building the postgraduate qualification base, expanding the micro-credentials offerings that we can provide. I think, to Gillian's point, upskilling the post-mine community to help engage with the mining community and mining conversations is critical. So we'll be launching a suite of handbooks for vet-based training of First Nations groups around the broader mine closure space. And I guess the other piece is to note we have about 25 PhD students in our cohort at the moment that have the opportunity for industry and regional placements, but we have a further 25 to bring into our program over the next few years. So we're keen to expand and grow that. And I think there's a really great link here between, say, the work that Gillian noted on with OSMASA and some of our training options, also the work that we did with the CSIRO on the mine closure solutions, is that if we start to think about the actual transition as what are we transitioning into rather than what are we transitioning out of, we start to think about all of those different measures that government often uses to support an industry growth area. And I think that mindset is really valuable to bring to this more broadly into the education and training space, into the way in which we think about the mine, the businesses and the value chain that sits around mine closure solutions, the way in which we think about pre-competitive information that we can start to make accessible to investors, community members, other groups that might be wanting to think differently. And one of the spaces we haven't touched on yet is this area where there's opportunities, if you are looking at beneficial land use transitions, to work with a different set of actors in the investment space, where we start to think about who's coming in and when are they coming into a transition concepts, and what sort of capital can they bring into a transition process, and have we got those settings right, which brings us back to, again, some of the skill sets required to think, sitting within companies, within government and outside of those domains, that actually might grow the opportunity that sits around economic-based transitions of mining assets.
One thing I might just add quickly, it's not something that we're delivering, but I've seen one of our partners, the Mineland Rehabilitation Authority in Victoria, do. And that is their engagement with secondary school students in the Gippsland area about what career paths are available in mine rehabilitation. That's an area that I'm sure you're familiar with, that says intergenerational coal mining. And the work that they're doing, I think, is expanding what people saw as careers that were possible in the region, and doing it through in a secondary school level is important to bringing people in the door. So and also to look at staying in the region. So I just wanted to highlight that. The other point on, it's not directly education involved, but I think it is about the pipeline of workers. So important to highlight is the Latrobe Valley collaborative planning process that we're providing funding for with a range of local partners, is actually holding a youth summit as part of the stage 2 deliberations, with the idea of bringing in young voices about what they would like to see for their region in the future. And that's a really important point, because there's the existing workforce, but it's important that we always hear people from regional and mining communities want their kids to stay local. They don't want them to go to the city, and often they feel there's a limited opportunity. So really giving people confidence that they can have a career, whether it in mining or whether mining's a pathway to something else, is important.
Can I just follow up on that? That's all right.
Yes.
So Gillian's just raised a really important point about bringing in some voices that you might not have necessarily heard past. And she's picked up on youth in particular, high school students here, but others too. This is something that we've really observed in our review work, where we've looked at what is effective and what is sort of aspiration in terms of these processes worldwide. What we see, and actually the work that we're trying to find is actually a good insight into this. What we see is that bringing in a wider range of values is really critical to a good outcome. So what we might think of is if we have a land user or a leaseholder or something like that who is actually exiting, they might only be a restricted set of input into what happens next. And if you think about the other people who are engaging on a sort of day-to-day basis, you've still got a fairly limited or restricted set of voices. There are many people who are affected by that decision, and bringing in multiple voices who may not have been heard in the processes today is actually one of the keys to delivering an outcome which is a positive transition for the region. So just thinking broadly about how to bring in more voices, and particularly looking forward. So I think in this case, the youth example is a real insight into what we're talking about here. We're talking about bringing in voices, rights holders, stakeholders who may not have had much of a say in the past. So we think that's a key point.
Thank you. In terms of the economic boost, the potential that is there in mine closure and rehabilitation, I think one of you spoke about it earlier. How ready would you say New South Wales is to meet the demand needed? As I've just noted in your submission, you found we need to expend somewhere in the order between 4 and 8 billion a year on mine rehabilitation and post-mine land use.
It's a great question, and I would love to be able to answer it more fully, but our work hasn't really focused on New South Wales because we don't have strong New South Wales partners in our organisation, and so it's difficult for us to comment with a degree of depth that we probably would love to or should in terms of the preparedness. A couple of key comments here is every jurisdiction at the moment that we are working with is facing this challenge, and there is a broader shift towards how do we evaluate, how do we build the policy settings that are going to lead to the most valuable outcomes for our post-mine communities. And that is, I think, a really exciting shift to see across the board from where we've been historically. And we have been working with most jurisdictions, and I should acknowledge that New South Wales Government has joined a number of our government college meetings. That we work with all states and territories in those meetings and those conversations. And one of the things that we've been working with that college on is the preparation of a white paper on the development of national transition principles. That is hopefully an opening pathway to a shared understanding around what a broader framework might look like for that enables a mine closure based transition element. We've been mirroring the national remediation framework in some of our thinking in this context, so starting with a shared understanding of principles, and we'd like to move forward into a framework and then start to think about what's the guidance that can be created in these spaces that supports each of the jurisdictions, acknowledging that each state and territory will develop their own policy settings in this context. But I think we have a great opportunity at the moment, given the shared interest interest in this conversation across a whole range of jurisdictions.
Guy, I might just add a point. So it's not about New South Wales,
Yeah,
but
please.
I just wanted to flag something that I thought was really interesting that might be relevant. And so the Greater Whitsunday Alliance in the Bowen Basin, from the Bowen Basin, recently launched Met's diversification strategy, which I believe that the region has some of the highest number or one of the highest concentrations of Met's business in the Southern Hemisphere. Got to check. And they looked at the regions, and they are working quite significantly on diversification. And they looked at the region's strengths, what capability it had, as well as the local and national market, including that METS report that I mentioned. And that identified 7 focus areas, one of which being the circular economy, and the second being potential for post-mining land use. So I thought that provides quite a valuable approach in terms of how a key action that's being led from a regional organisation to really set the region apart and understand what actions it could take. The other point I just might make is the CSI report included a range of enabling actions that are relevant to all regions. And one of them was the potential for a definitive character for the mine closure solutions industry. So I'm not sure if that's the catchiest name, but the idea is to think about what kind of actions we could take collaboratively so that it's recognised as a skills, as something on its own within the broader MET sector, which is quite large. And also thinking about what are ways that we can encourage innovative partnerships with industry to try to bring new ideas to the surface that may be through challenges or other activities. And the final one is just to look at the global market opportunity. We're focused on Australia, obviously, with the almost 240 mines that were identified to end production by 2040, and I think 33 in New South Wales. But there's many global mines around the world that will be facing the same challenge, and also with the net zero critical minerals development, they'll require the same market expertise. So just thinking it through from that as well.
Thank you. Just looking to my colleagues to see whether you have any questions.
Pretty good.
No? Okay. Were there any final comments that you wanted to leave us with, or just in the interest of time? My colleagues have advised that you've been completely thorough and fulsome in your answers, and so they have no further questions either.
No, very happy to leave it there. Thank you for the opportunity. I think there is significant opportunity to further explore this question. And one of the things I would like to sort of leave on is the way in which we look at the mining estate, and including, I know it's beyond the terms of reference here, the legacy mining estate through this lens of value, I think is a really critical conversation we should be having, and really look forward to following the outcomes from this inquiry as well to inform the work that we will be delivering in South Sea time.
Thank you.
Great. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time and for appearing today. If we have any questions on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wonderful. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we'll now have a short break. Thank you, and welcome to our next inquiry participants. If I could get each of you to start by stating your name and position title and swearing either the oath or the affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Colvin.
Thank you. My name is John Colvin. I'm a consultant with Hunter Lakes Corporation.
And if you could swear either the oath or the affirmation. Yep,
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Right, Dennis Raymond Booth. I'm a director of Hunter Lakes Corporation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. And just checking if we have...
We've got our German colleague.
Still out? So no? Okay. Not a problem at all. Did either of you want to start by making an opening statement?
I'll make the opening statement.
Please do.
Thank you. Firstly, an apology from my co-director, Mr. Gregory Story, who is currently travelling between Bulgaria and Moldova on the Black Sea and looking for opportunities in wind farms and solar farms in Eastern Europe. He does tell me that the Black Sea is not black. So he says it's like the Mediterranean. We wish to thank the committee for this opportunity to update the committee. We have already, as you know, made a submission, and both John and I have recently visited Lusatia, and we want to bring to the attention of the committee some of the observations from that visit. I've wished to table an additional paper which is being handed out, which has some material in it, photos from our trip, also the paper from our colleague Peter Lau, who will speak to it, from LIAG, and his paper is called Lessons Learned in 35 Years on the Way from Europe's Largest Open-Cast Coal Region to Lusatia Lakesland. Just as a segue, because we were able to listen to the previous presentation by witnesses, the segue being that they did mention that internationally coal mines are being terminated and brought to the end of their life, and the point that Hunter Lakes wish to make to the committee is that we can learn from the experience in Lusatia. And the valley in Lusatia, which is just south of Berlin near the Polish border, is akin to the same type of valley in the Hunter. That is to say, it's about 21 kilometres long. There is a major river that flows through it like the Hunter called the Spray. There are coal mines that are being terminated, and we believe that it's most opportune to look at what's happening in Lusatia. John will speak briefly about his visit and also his meeting with the federal member Dan Repicoli. And I also wish to table an email that we have sent to the Department of Climate Change, New South Wales, and I'll come to address that shortly as to our engagement with them. So if I could just take you briefly through the material that I've tabled, and there's a summary of our position as to the Hunter Lakes Corporation and the Hunter Lakes scheme. It sets out the benefits of the proposed scheme. As I said, there's a paper from Peter, which hopefully he'll be able to address. Do we have him online yet? Do you have a phone number to ring him? Then if we go to the photos, there is a schematic photo there from League to do with the Ostsee, which is the latest new lake that has just been filled, and it's the largest lake in Lusatia. The next photo shows that lake. It's a huge lake. It will be akin to the same void at Mount Arthur, which I'll address shortly. You'll see on the next photo in the distance there the wind turbines. So again, in our proposal, we have significant adaptive uses of both wind and solar as part of any proposal with respect to the closure of mining voids and the use of mining voids. The next is a very complicated scheme, which is LMBV, by the way, is the local authority that controls the water flow between the lakes and the rivers. There are 3 rivers in the system in Lusatia. The Hunter Valley will only has really the Hunter Valley and some tributaries, so this is luckily we're more simple. The next photo shows computers. They monitor the water capacity in each of the lakes and in the river. They direct the water flow between the river and the lakes. The river spray provides drinking water to Berlin. 30% of Berlin's drinking water comes from the river spray. The next lake over the page is Gross Russian, which is a lake formed about 10 years ago and is now substantially working. And you'll see one of the adaptive uses is the marina. All the lakes are proposing to have marinas, and this provides recreation and sailing opportunities for the lake. The next photo is in fact the tourism centre, a very nice building. Again, you'll see how the lakes are shaped and the landscaping down to the lake. And the last photo is something, well, the second last photo is something close to John Colvin's heart, and that is vineyards on the lake. Of course, Mr. Colvin has a vineyard in the Hunter Valley. But again, you can see the advantages and the uses that can be put. And the final photo again is a broad walk for the lake. So that is the material. In relation to the letter, the email, I just would like to read that to the committee. I refer to my various emails and to our telephone discussion and note that we are waiting from you a brief summary of matters discussed at the debrief session, an update on new benchmarks for the National Water Grid Authority, indication that local community support, in particular from the mining industry, to a proposed scheme and the need for a feasibility study would be of great assistance in support of a further application for funding. DPI is a gateway for funding applications to the National Water Grid Authority. 4. Contact details to be involved in formulating an updated Hunter water strategy. As mentioned, on Monday the 21st, I, on behalf of Hunter Lakes Caution, will be a witness before the Standing Committee on State Development into Beneficial Productive Post-Mine Land Use. The other witness for HLC is Mr. Peter Lau from LEAG, the Energy and Mining Company operating the Lusatia area. I enclose a copy of his paper, Lessons Learnt in 35 Years on the Way from Europe's largest open-cast coal region to the Lusatia Lakes lands. The lessons are instructive and very relevant to what is proposed in the Hunter Valley, with the advent of mine closures, starting with BHP Mount Arthur, scheduled for 2030. As mentioned, the current Upper Hunter Water Strategy, drafted around 2018, makes no mention whatsoever of any overseas experience. To further ignore these lessons is, in our opinion, not in the interest of New South Wales. Now, that's a bit reflective in my view, or our view, of the way the New South Wales Department of Water Infrastructure has been conducting their operations and looking at the Upper Hunter Water Strategy. That originally in 2018 they completely ignored what was happening overseas, notwithstanding what was earlier presented to us from the former witness to say it's always a good idea to look at what's happening overseas. And we have been trying to bring to the attention of those that are looking at the strategy, the Upper Hunter Water Strategy, that what has happened in Lusatia, and particularly Peter's paper about lessons to be learnt regarding the water table, are highly relevant. Now, I've spoken enough at the moment. I'll invite John to address you about his recent visit, what he saw, and also his discussions with the local federal member, Mr. Dan Repicoli.
Just before you do, I believe your colleague has just joined online. Good. Just wanted to check,
Peter,
Mr. Lau, if you can hear us.
Peter?
We'll keep trying. Please proceed, Mr. Colvin. Apologies.
Thanks very much. My background is not only in law and economics and a few other things, but I have a vineyard in the Hunter Valley, so I spend a lot of time up there, more time now. I know the M1 backwards. Sometimes I'm stuck there for some times. But the reason I got involved was just the wonderful opportunity that's been come to me and to all of us. What can we do with the rehabilitation? One of the things which sticks in my mind is and I think this has already been said and already understood by this committee, is we should look at every possibility to make sure that whatever we do is, one, rapid, if we're talking about Mount Arthur closing in 10 years or less. Two, we should jump to the conclusions quickly where they're available. And those conclusions, I would say, are available in abundance when you look at what's been happening in Lusatia in Germany. The pictures that my friend Dennis Bluth has put are, I think, unbelievable in terms of what can be done. If you think of, just look at the one with the vines, which attract me obviously, but those were pretty terrible looking moonscapes. If you look at the pictures arising in Lusatia prior to what's happened there, the idea of turning these into lakes was thought through very heavily for a number of good scientific reasons. Now, I don't even pretend to have any scientific background, but the ones that I've been informed of was you have to be very careful of the water table when you do anything. And the one thing you must do, I think Peter Lau might say this too, and it'll be a much greater evidence than mine, that's for sure. But one of the things you must do is do a proper hydrology, because the water table apparently, again I'm quoting, not have any first-hand information about this, but the water table goes back to where it was originally. In Germany, they've had some subsidences which they didn't realise where they were coming from or when they were going to happen. But the very fact that they were doing, if you like, lakes system helped all that, because the water table is being monitored and looked after not only from the beginning for the setting of the fundamentals, but also to make sure that when they're doing it, the water in the lakes also help this. Now, I didn't do physics, so I'm again quoting, but I'm told that the best way to look after the water table is through lakes. Now, I'll let other people who have got a much better idea about that than me. And one friend of mine said, you know what happens, John, when you put a glass of water upside down and push it in? And I said, yes. He said, well, that's basically the physics problem that, we're talking about. I must admit I still don't understand that, but it's obviously something which you might like to ask Peter Lau if we can get him on. So the opportunity to do something really, on one view, wonderful in the Hunter Valley should not be missed. And from what I've seen, the thing which would probably be the most satisfactory would be turning into lakes. Once you do that, as in Germany, when we went to have a look, they repositioned or they're in the process of repositioning whole parts of forests and things, putting it back to where it was. They've got new areas where they're building, manufacturing or other industries in other areas of the lakes, which, are beneficial for this. They have other areas which are tourism, and you can see, these photos aren't here, but the lakes, you can see sailing, you can see canoeing, you can see all these. And the expansion of lakes, and then what can happen is around that and near it with water. The other thing that made me really being interested in this is one in 2002, for example. I know the date because it was the child's birth, was born, but the bushfires came right up to the edge of our property. And what happened then was the helicopters came in and sucked out all our dams, so that was, happy to do that.
Oh, there he is.
Yes, I was happy to do that. I'll finish this just. But then there was no water. There was no water for anybody to actually put out the fires. There was no water to do all the things you need to do. Any electricity, any energy that might be thought of in the Hunter Valley needs large amounts of water. Every one of them. So pumped hydro, hydro coming from the slope between Broke and, between Singleton and Broke, is apparently it's 15 degrees. You've got an opportunity to do hydro there. You've got an opportunity to do hydro because you've got multiple lakes. If you want to do wind you can see has been done there around the corners there. The thing that really amazed me was, because one of the questions is, what about evaporation? In Germany, they've got floating solar as well to do, some of these jobs. So I'll stop.
And that eliminates the evaporation. Anyway.
So I'll stop there because Peter's here, and he's somebody who actually knows all about the expertise that I've been probably.
Right. So Peter, can you hear us?
Mr. Lau, if I could just get you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Morgan.
Perfect. Sorry, I had to change the computer. I don't know what.
Okay, it's okay.
You made it. Thank you very much. Look, if I could just
Good morning from Austria.
If I could just start by asking you to state your name and your position title for our record keeping here, and swear either the oath or the affirmation. Yep.
Yeah, I'm Peter Laux. I'm a mining engineer with LEAG. It's a company operating in Eastern Germany doing mining and generation. Yeah.
Now, you have to take an oath. Has he got
either the oath or the affirmation?
Oath, you take an oath or an affirmation. Do you have the wording there, Peter?
I will do the affirmation.
Yes.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Would you like to make an opening statement at all?
Yeah. I mean, I have been, dealing with the Hunter Valley now for a few years, and what was a little bit surprising for me, how similar it is to the situation we have and we had. I mean, it's open cast mines, it is a river, all the water of the river is more or less distributed to customers who need it. You have a large city. We have Berlin with 4 million people. So, yeah, it's very similar. And of course, you never have enough water, and you have the problem that the mines will phase out, and you have to do something with them.
Tell me about the climate. Is the climate similar?
Yes, what we found, we have even less rain than you have in your region. We have more or less the same evaporation. May sound crazy, but we are the most dry region in Germany where we are, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Sorry, Peter, do you want to address your paper there about lessons to be learnt, if you just want to run through that?
Okay, yeah. I mean, what you could see from this paper where we came from was some 19 mines. Yeah, by the way, where we are operating, that's the former socialist part of Germany. We came from 19 mines. We produced around 200 million tons of coal, and we had to pump, 1 billion cubic meters of water at that time in 1990. And and then we had the first, so to say, coal phase out. It means for market reasons, after reunification, 12 of these 19 mines and later even 2 more have been closed. It means we had the situation that you had large voids, you had a water deficit of around 13 billion cubic meters, where 9 billion were groundwater and the rest, just the voids. We had the problem to develop a program how to deal with this. And for 30 years, I mean, that what you could see in the second part, we managed it. It means the deficit now is reduced to around 7 billion, what is more or less around the active mines, because we still have to pump. we are producing at the moment around 45 million cubic tons of coal and pumping around, let's say between 250 and 300 million cubic meters per year. We still have the river, of course. What is different to the situation before mining, that in summer, up to 60% of the river is coming from the mines. It means it's pumped groundwater. Everybody is used to using this water because it's always there. So and now comes coal phase out. Maybe you know that in Germany we have a decision and even a law now that by 2038 the last mine and coal generation has to be closed. But this also means there will be no pumping anymore. So that's problem number one. That especially in dry seasons there will be not enough water in the future. That's very clear. The second problem is that, as well as Hunter Valley, of course, you have these large mines. It means you have large voids. And even if somebody would decide, okay, we bring back all the waste back to the mine, you and we still have taken out a lot of coal. It means you have a deficit there. There will be a void, even if you would bring the last cubic meter, what economically is not possible. Yeah. So, and the other thing is that in our region, the original groundwater level is somewhere between 2 and 4 meters below surface. And what we found, as I mentioned there, is the groundwater is coming back more or less to the original level. So you have to deal with the fact that the water is coming if you do something or not. And we decided, we have to manage it because I learned in Hunter Valley you have a salt problem, we have an iron problem. It means we have to manage the water quality. So that's problem number 2. And problem number 3 is that over 150 years we, produced a large dry area. And now the water is coming back, what is completely changing the geotechnical situation. That's what, because I heard you some minutes, that's what was our problem, that when the water came back, we had some unexpected effects, even in areas where there was no mining, simply because they were dry before and now the water came back. So that's the 3 things, that's the 3 problems we had to deal with and we are dealing now with over 30 years. The, let's say, new situation since, it's even 10 years now, that we now have the first planned stop of a mine and planned creation of a lake. That's our so-called Cottbus East Lake. In German, by the way, it's the same word like the Baltic Sea, what sometimes makes for English-speaking people some problems. When we talk about Ostsee, and it's not the Baltic Sea, it's our lake.
It's a lake.
The lake itself will have 126 million cubic meters, but we have to fill in 250 million. And this is exactly because we had this dry area, so you have not only to fill the lake, but you also have to fill the area all around, which has been dried by the mine. Yeah, maybe enough for the moment.
Yeah.
So, let me say also one thing what maybe I didn't mention in the paper. The most important precondition is that you know what you talk about. It means you must know what was the pre-mining situation regarding water. You must know how much water you have, not just over the year, but over long term and even, let's say, over the months of the year. It means how much do you have in dry season, how much do you have in wet season. And the third thing, you must very clear know who are your, so to say, customers of the water, how much do they need, and what are the priorities. We have a clear priority list. I think it's mentioned in the paper, yeah, so that the first thing is Berlin, very clear. Then comes a lot of, let's say, industrial and agriculture, and also we have a nature protection area. And yeah, and our lakes are absolutely last.
Interesting. Thank
It
you.
means you have to manage it, and to manage it, we have a intergovernmental committee which is doing the priorities, and then we have a let's say dispatch center which is doing the work, and that works very well.
They're the photos I showed you with the computers
Yep.
and the map, because the area in Lusatia covers 2 different states. We don't have that problem in New South Wales, but Lusatia covers both Saxony and Brandenburg, and there also has 3 rivers that they are involved in. We only have the Hunter Valley, the Hunter River. So
Yeah,
thank you.
number 3 is Berlin.
And Berlin, yes.
Thank you. We'll might move to questions now. I'll let my colleagues start if you like, Mr. Higginson.
Yeah, so I'm just thank you for providing such a clear picture of what's happening in Germany. We have for so long considered the fact that groundwater in New South Wales and the impact that we will be having on groundwater, and that in some places, we will be looking with these final voids of reaching some level of equilibrium over anywhere from 100 to 200, 300, 400 years' time. Some we don't actually know particularly when. And the issues of, the acidification and the hypersaline. And I'm not a scientist. I can't for a moment claim, like you, Mr. Colvin, to have that kind of, educated experience. That said, I've read just about every single EIS and water analysis and assessment that every mine has presented in the Hunter Valley and the Gunnedah Basin, and the Sydney coalfields for that matter. And it's a massively fraught kind of area of problem, the way we see it. And I really appreciate, Mr. Lau's evidence. The reality for us in the Hunter is we are dealing with particular geographic factors. We have intensively wet periods where we're now seeing those intensified, and the extremes around the climate. So managing these final voids, even as they're posed right now, is clearly a massive feat of, engineering and remediation and monitoring and so on. So I'm just curious about, is your view, based on the final voids that we understand are going to be presented across the Hunter, is that the extent of final voids that you're proposing remain final voids, or are you suggesting that there be, the final voids be made as bigger than what they're currently proposed? Or because I know with some there is a condition to actually look at how to reduce that final void as much as possible still, because the original intent of mining in the Hunter was you should fill your final void, but recognising that that's too expensive. So my question is, if we're coming from the expertise and the best practice was we should be left with no final voids, landscapes should be placed how they were before they were mined, we now know that's not possible and there will be some final voids. Where does your Germany experience and the evidence that's what's happening there, to what extent are you arguing that that should be replicated here in the Hunter?
Well, can I just perhaps do one thing that I know a tiny little bit about? I was on Sydney Water Board for about 6 years, and during that time they had the cryptosporidium, problems, etc.
Yep.
But there was a very large part of some of that science, I'd say, that looked at the water quality all the time. And when we also did some work with Newcastle University about this, they weren't too worried about the actual, the water because you can look after that and you can change it and as Peter said earlier on, salt is a problem in the Hunter, whereas iron is more a problem there. So that's one area which is looked after and has been, I think, reasonably well in various areas, and this would be our suggestion they do something similar. But I'll let Peter talk about the other area. But it seems to me you've got to actually go and do the fundamentals first about the hydrology. And
yes, I think that's the point. That's the point.
And when you do that, maybe then you can work out how you design all the voids and how they interconnect or how they don't. But if you don't do some of and I'll let Peter take over here because he actually knows all about it.
Yes. So Peter, if you could just explain that it's fundamentally important to do the hydrological studies for the whole area before you can start planning.
Yeah. But let me say first one other thing. I mean, we also had these discussions, or in the past there was even plans to fill the voids completely, but you can fill it only when you open a new mine. Because as I mentioned, you have taken out the coal. I don't know how much coal you digged over the history in Hunter Valley, yeah?
Well, we're the biggest coal exporter in the world, but it's quite a lot.
You just recalculate the tons to cubic meters, and then you know how much deficit in earth you have. Not just in water, but in earth. So you can't fill the voids, whatever you do. You have to think about, and of course, yes, we are doing some refilling, but this is more for stabilization and for shaping, because, I mean, one thing is that you fill the void, however, but the other thing is that you want to use it after then. It means, by example, we are constructing beaches. Just one example. The other thing is that we are shaping the outside dams in a way that they are usable for the community. So that's also where we bring back some volumes to the void. But I think it's unrealistic to discuss to bring all the dumped material back to the voids, because at first it would need years and years and years, and the other thing, who will spend this money? So, and from that point of view, I mean, the first thing, of course, is that you must have a clear picture how much water you have, what is hydrology. And let me say one thing. When our mine, where we now fill the lake, and by the way, it's just half a meter left, then we reached it full after 6 years. When this mine was designed in the 60s, there was a plan to create a lake, and let me say why. Because Berlin that time decided to build a new quarter, and they just said we need water for it, and we need water for it also in summertime. So even that time, this lake was planned as a water buffer, let's say, between winter and summer. So that's also one important thing you have to think about. How much water you will have in dry seasons, that's one thing. And the other thing is how much water you want to let flow down unused. Because these mine voids can play a big role in holding water back in the region.
So, Peter,
for me, this is one of the most important functions of these lakes.
Peter, is that used for flood mitigation? Are the lakes used for flood mitigation, holding water back?
Yeah, of course, yes, yeah.
But
even more important is to have a water reservoir for dry seasons.
Yeah, because it's very controversial, the idea, like a water body is either for mitigation or supply. You can't it's very hard to manage for both. You either have one or the other, because if it's for mitigation, then naturally you can't have it full. That's the whole objective, is to have it nearly empty so you can have it as a mitigation. So then it can't serve as a secure reservoir for supply, and that's a water manager's reality. It's, you know, we're seeing it with Warragamba. It's you can't have it for both, even though some would like to imagine it could provide both. And the time you need to have it as a mitigation effort, you need to release water, and that's generally, if you're not doing it in a timely, you know, it's very, and the reality is it's getting harder and harder to predict season stability. It's just not offered that way anyhow. But so I'm curious, and perhaps if you could tell me, Mr. Lau, what issues have you faced in terms of water quality, and have your water bodies had the quality issues in terms of acidification and hypersaline, or are they different types of water bodies and with different issues?
We have another issue in our region. We have a lot of iron. It means pirate in our overburden, and it's all fine until you touch it. And at first, since we lowered the water table, oxygen could reach it, and the other thing is because we digged it, and oxygen plus pirate gives iron sulfate, and that's our problem. What clearly means we have to manage the water quality in a way that most of filling of our lakes, which is now, I think, 20 of them, is coming from the river, because the river water is good quality. And what we now even are doing is that we sometimes bring back water from the lakes to the river to increase the river water quality again. It means it's managing, what we manage is not only the water quantity, but also the water quality from the lakes now.
And what would you say to the fact that the river that we have, the Hunter River, is, you know, is, how do you say it? It's not like it's a massive river by any means. The Hunter has, you know, has certain vulnerabilities and certain capacity to it. Are we talking about comparable river systems?
That I didn't understand, sorry.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm just curious whether you've had any look at our river, where the final voids that we're talking about here in New South Wales in the Hunter Valley and the Hunter River, compared to the two river systems that are feeding the quality of water in your final void scenarios?
Just a bit. It means not in the detail. I could even really say something qualified about, let's say this way.
No, that's okay.
I know that you have this salt problem, and this, of course, and I know that there is ideas to manage it. I have seen some scientific papers about that. Yeah, but as far as I know, there's no management in practice so far, so much as it would be needed to deal with it.
So can I just intervene there?
Yes.
Peter, my understanding is that you do not fill the lakes from the Spray River.
Yes, we do.
Oh, you do?
We do.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
do.
That was
We do in high water times.
Oh, high water times. Yeah, sorry, in high water times.
Maybe I can send you later on some statistics about filling our lake.
Yes.
Where you can see that we had some dry years even where we got very, very little water, and then in the moment we are filling with full capacity from the river, because there was a lot of rain in the area where the source of the river is.
Right.
So We have in the moment a lot of water, and we are filling from the river. But
that's when the river...
especially LMDV now even started to fill water back to the river.
Yes.
It means you can say our lakes are playing the same function as a dam normally. That in high water regions you take in water, you increase the water level in your lake or in your dam, and in low water regions you bring water back to the river. I mean, for our lake, by example, we are talking about a minimum and maximum of 2.5 meters only. Yeah, difference. But this difference is a little bit more than 40 million cubic meters.
When we had the very, very high rainfall events around Mudgee, you know, the voids and the storage dams and everything were overflowing and had to flow into the river, and the EPA had to suspend all of the environmental protection licenses, and the rivers were completely polluted with high levels of matters and substances you would not want in the river system. And I think that's the sort of landscape phenomena that we're having to deal with in our mining valleys at the moment. So
perhaps just on that point, so what they do in Germany is they have interconnecting lakes.
Yes.
So if you have one lake in Mudgee, I was brought up in Orange, so I used to come past that. If you have one, then you're going to have troubles spilling out everywhere. If you have interconnecting large lakes, I'll now ask Peter, is that a better system?
Well, it's all going to end up in the river system at some point, isn't it, Peter? That's kind of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, what is clear, of course, there is limits in the possibility controlling water levels using these voids, but it's still helping, I mean, we now, since 1995, they started to fill the first lake, so it's more or less 30 years, so we have a system of lakes now, which we can use for, from one side, buffering water, and by example, when we had this high rain season, we have been asked to open to a maximum our filling in, what is 5 cubic meters per second, and our river has in high level, it's between 15 and 20 cubic meters per second, so when we take out one quarter, it's helping a lot. But of course, when you have really disastrous water levels, you will not solve this problem with voids. So, I mean, you can make it easier, but there is limits in the possibilities you have, of course. Yeah, that's clear.
And then I'm just curious about whether there has been any thought about about the salt and what we do, and is the idea that you would try and extract the salt, and if so, where does it go? I mean, I'm considering the discussions that were before the Independent Planning Commission around the volumes of salt that would be extracted out of groundwater for the Santos gas project, for example. Obviously, that's a high volume, but the argument and the discussion was nobody knows what to do with salt. You know, what do you do? Take it to a landfill and dump it somewhere? And, you know, what would we be looking at? A desal system of some sort? And then finally, my point is, as you've identified, this requires a heck of a lot of hydrological investigation and study. And who does that? And are you suggesting that that should be the work of the New South Wales government? Is that an investment that... Who makes that? Do the mining companies have to make that investment? What would drive that?
Well, just in relation
to two
the
questions
point,
there. Thank you.
I'll come to the salt in a minute. But in relation to the Hunter Lake scheme that we have proposed, as I mentioned previously, we had put in applications to the National Water Grid Authority, which has funding for this type of particular water. And because it's a National Water Grid Authority, they have both a project funding and they also have scientific funding, and we have applied in relation to the scientific funding to have these hydrological studies done and have a feasibility study done. So that's where we believe the funding should come. I think it is a role of government. I mean, industry can participate, but industry is looking for a lead. I mean, we're talking about the future of New South Wales here, and this is an opportunity to get it right. And I think I also go back to my earlier comment about the Department of Climate Change and Water Infrastructure, how they can consider an upper Hunter water strategy without looking at these particular issues and seeing what happened overseas is really beyond my understanding. So from that point of view, the funding, and it could be a combined 50% state and 50% federal for the funding for the feasibility study.
Should the proponents who have left the void, are they now out of the equations? Do you think there's a role?
What do you mean by that?
The miners.
The miners, yeah.
Well, the miners say under their bonds and under their licence, all they've got to do is rehabilitate, and they will follow that.
Or what the safe, stable, and non-polluting. Yeah.
Well, they will do that. So I mean, they're looking for guidance. Whether you, the state government, believe that they should contribute, it's a matter for you. But the problem about, to a certain extent, is the independence again of the study. If they contribute, how confident will you be about the independence of the study? One of the proposals we put forward is that we are independent. We're not connected with any mining companies or any other third party, and therefore the Hunter Lakes Corporation is independent and an honest broker in this relationship. Otherwise, like all things, as you know, with environmental planning and schemes, if they pay for the consultants,
they could pay, but the consultants be brokered by an independent aid. They could put some of their bond money,
Yes.
And so what about the salt?
That's exactly the scheme.
Oh, right.
That's exactly the scheme, how it works with us. I mean, German mining law is more strict in requirements to the mining company. We are responsible completely for all these things. Yeah. And we have to fund all the consultants, but the consultants are selected by the mining authority. It means not by us. We sometimes are doing double consulting. It means we are selecting consultants by us, but the, so to say, main work is done by consultants which are selected by the mining authority. It's state organized in Germany. It means Brandenburg and Saxonia, where the mine is. We just have to pay it.
In relation to the salt,
yes.
My understanding is you will extract some of the salt, but also given the depth of the mining voids compared to Germany, ours are very deep, 100 metres, that the saline will be more at the bottom and will be there, and that the upper levels of the water will be much clearer. Right. And the water quality is actually 75% of the water up. The saline and the salt will be at the bottom. That's my understanding.
But it is definitely a big
also
issue.
Something we are using. That's also something we are doing.
What are you doing?
The groundwater is, so to say, concentrated in the deeper parts, which let's say, not so good water quality, and the better water quality you have on top of it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, it's all we have time for today. But
thank you. Can I have one closing statement?
Very brief, because we are actually 5 minutes over time.
That's all right.
Please.
Thank you.
Yep.
We just sorry.
No,
thank you
that's
very much.
okay.
We are of the view that the Hunter Lake scheme captures all of the potentiality contained in your terms of reference from A to G, and I think that really sums up the whole situation. That the Hunter Lake scheme has all of these opportunities. And as we heard from Peter, the most important thing is to understand the hydrological component of the valley before any thorough planning can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any questions on notice for you, our committee secretariat will be in touch with the details for that. And that concludes our hearing for today. Thank you, Mr. Lauk, for appearing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. You can go back to bed now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.